You should stand for a culture of excellence. The excellence not by accident. It is a process where an individual continuously strives to better oneself. The performance standards are set by themselves. They work on their dreams with focus and are prepared to take calculated risks and do not get deterred by failures as they move towards their dreams. Then they step up their dreams as they tend to reach the original targets. They strive to work to their potential. In the process, they increase their performance, thereby multiplying further their potential. This is an unending life cycle phenomena, culture of excellence. They are not in competition with anyone else but themselves. That is a culture of excellence. I am sure each one of you will aspire to become a unique with culture of excellence.
I learned every youth wants to be unique. Every youth wants to be unique. That is you. Every youth wants to be unique. That is you. But the world around you is doing it best day and night to make you just everybody else. Question is whether you want to be you or everybody else. Being like everybody else is convenient at the first glance, but not satisfying in the long vision. The challenge, therefore, my young friends, is that you have to fight the hardest battle. You have to fight the hardest battle, which any human being can ever imagine to fight, and never stop fighting until you arrive at your destined place. That is the unique you. To get the unique you, it's a big battle. The battle means you don't need to take a gun. The battle means you have to have 4 unique things. 4 unique tools you must have in that battle. One is you have to set the goal. The second one is acquire the knowledge continuously. And third one is a hard work with the devotion. And fourth is perseverance. Where there is righteousness in the heart, where there is righteousness in the heart, there is beauty in the character. When there is beauty in the character, there is harmony in the home. When there is harmony in the home, there is an order in the nation. When there is order in the nation, there is peace in the home. Question is whether you want to be you or everybody else.
Semicon India Future Design Chip in Center, catalyzing chip designing in India. The Indian semiconductor market has been gaining momentum since the last 1 decade, and Design in India will be equally important as Make in India to contribute to India's fast-growing digital economy.
Almost all of the top 25 semiconductor design companies have the design and R&D centers in our country.
The global semiconductor market is anticipated to reach $820 billion by 2028. It is envisioned to transform India into a semiconductor hub, including semiconductor design.
For us in India, the approach to catalyzing the semiconductor ecosystem, seeking out its growth, seeking out the expansion is a very, very calibrated strategic roadmap of growing the digital economy into a $1 trillion digital economy by 2025-26.
Chip in Center is established at C-DAC Bangalore as a first-of-its-kind initiative by Government of India, providing opportunities to startups, MSMEs and academia for semiconductor chip design. Chip in Center removes barriers to enter chip design for young entrepreneurs by offering facilities from design to fabrication support in multi-project wafer (MPW) by enabling access to SCL and overseas foundries. Chip in provides centralized EDA design tools and IPs, fab compliance checks, validation and integration of designs, enablement of packaging of fabricated chips, enablement of characterization and prototyping in a centralized manner, mentoring researchers and startups for chip design, virtual prototyping lab at IIIT Calicut, facilitating remote access of high-end electronics, hardware, diagnostic equipment and FPGA boards and tools to startup and industry. Calling upon all the semiconductor professionals from startups, industry and academia to make India from chip taker to chip maker and trigger future wave of semiconductor startups and unicorns towards fulfilling India's aspiration to become a major player in the global semiconductor ecosystem.
I was lucky. I found what I loved to do early in life. Woz and I started Apple in my parents' garage when I was 20. We worked hard, and in 10 years, Apple had grown from just the two of us in a garage into a $2 billion company with over 4,000 employees. We just released our finest creation, the Macintosh, a year earlier, and I just turned 30. And then I got fired. How can you get fired from a company you started? What had been the focus of my entire adult life was gone, and it was devastating. I really didn't know what to do for a few months. I felt that I'd let the previous generation of entrepreneurs down. I was a very public failure, and I even thought about running away from the valley. But something slowly began to dawn on me. I still loved what I did.
We are going to make it or break it based on whether we can provide products to higher education and services and relationships to higher education that no one else provides. And I think we ought to spend 100% of our time thinking about that. And if we can't do that, then we ought to go broke.
And so I decided to start over. I didn't see it then, but it turned out that getting fired from Apple was the best thing that could have ever happened to me. The heaviness of being successful was replaced by the lightness of being a beginner again, less sure about everything. It freed me to enter one of the most creative periods of my life. During the next 5 years, I started a company named Next, another company named Pixar, and fell in love with an amazing woman who would become my wife. I'm pretty sure none of this would have happened if I hadn't been fired from Apple. It was awful tasting medicine, but I guess the patient needed it. Sometimes life's going to hit you in the head with a brick. Don't lose faith. I'm convinced that the only thing that kept me going was that I loved what I did. You've got to find what you love. And that is as true for work as it is for your lovers. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life. And the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. And the only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking and don't settle. So keep looking, don't settle.
Hi everyone. 2 years ago, my life changed forever. My wife Kelsey and I welcomed our daughter Leela into the world. Now, becoming a parent is an amazing, amazing experience. Your whole world changes overnight, and all of your priorities change immediately, so fast that it makes it really difficult to process sometimes. Now, you also have to learn a tremendous amount about being a parent, like, for example, how to dress your child. This was new to me. This is an actual outfit. I thought this was a good idea. And even Leela knows that it's not a good idea. So there was so much to learn and so much craziness all at once. And to add to the craziness, Kelsey and I both work from home. We're entrepreneurs. We run our own businesses. So Kelsey is develops courses online for yoga teachers. I'm an author. And so I'm working from home. Kelsey's working from home. We have an infant, and we're trying to make sure that everything gets done that needs done. And life is really, really, really busy. And a couple weeks into this amazing experience, when the sleep deprivation really kicked in, like around week 8, I had this thought, and it was the same thought that parents across the ages, internationally, everybody has had this thought, which is, I am never going to have free time ever again. And somebody said it's true. Yeah, it's not exactly true, but it feels really, really true in that moment. And this was really disconcerting to me, because one of the things that I enjoy more than anything else is learning new things. Getting curious about something and diving in and fiddling around and learning through trial and error and eventually becoming pretty good at something. And without this free time, I didn't know how I was ever going to do that ever again. And so I'm a big geek. I want to keep learning things. I want to keep growing. And so what I decided to do was go to the library and go to the bookstore and look at what research says about how we learn and how we learn quickly. And I read a bunch of books, I read a bunch of websites, and trying to answer this question: how long does it take to acquire a new skill? You know what I found? 10,000 hours. Anybody ever heard this? 10,000, it takes 10,000 hours. If you want to learn something new, if you want to be good at it, it's going to take 10,000 hours to get there. And I read this in book after book and website after website, and my mental experience of reading all of this stuff was like, no, I don't have time. I don't have 10,000 hours. I am never going to be able to learn anything new ever again. But that's not true. So 10,000 hours, just to give you a rough order of magnitude, 10,000 hours is a full-time job for 5 years. That's a long time. And we've all had the experience of learning something new, and it didn't take us anywhere close to that amount of time, right? So what's up? There's something kind of funky going on here. What the research says and what we expect and have experiences, they don't match up. And what I found, here's the wrinkle. The 10,000 hour rule came out of studies of expert level performance. There was a professor at Florida State University, his name is K. Anders Ericsson. He's the originator of the 10,000 hour rule. And where that came from is he studied professional athletes, world-class musicians, chess grandmasters, all of these ultra-competitive folks in ultra-high-performing fields, and he tried to figure out how long does it take to get to the top of those kinds of fields. And what he found is the more deliberate practice, the more time that those individuals spent practicing the elements, whatever it is that they do, the more time you spend, the better you get. And the folks at the tippy top of their fields put in around 10,000 hours of practice. Now, we were talking about the game of telephone a little bit earlier. here's what happened. An author by the name of Malcolm Gladwell wrote a book in 2007 called Outliers, the Story of Success. And the centerpiece of that book was the 10,000 hour rule. Practice a lot, practice well, and you will do extremely well. You'll reach the top of your field. So, the message, what Dr. Erickson was actually saying is, it takes 10,000 hours to get to the top of an ultra-competitive field in a very narrow subject. That's what that means. But here's what happened. Ever since Outliers came out, immediately came out, reached the top of the bestseller list, stayed there for 3 solid months. All of a sudden, the 10,000 hour rule was everywhere. And a society-wide game of telephone started to be played. So this message, it takes 10,000 hours to reach the top of an ultra-competitive field, became, it takes 10,000 hours to become an expert at something. Which became, it takes 10,000 hours to become good at something. Which became, it takes 10,000 hours to learn something. But that last statement, it takes 10,000 hours to learn something, it's not true. It's not true. So, what the research actually says, if I spent a lot of time here at the CSU library in the cognitive psychology stacks, because I'm a geek. And when you actually look at the studies of skill acquisition, you see over and over and over a graph like this. Now, researchers, whether they're studying a motor skill, something you do physically, or a mental skill, they like to study things that they can time, because you can quantify that, right? So they'll give research participants a little task, something that requires physical arrangement, or something that requires learning a little mental trick. And they'll time how long a participant takes to complete the skill. And here's what this graph says. When you start, so when researchers gave participants a task, it took them a really long time because it was new and they were horrible. With a little bit of practice, they get better and better and better, and that early part of practice is really, really efficient. People get good at things with just a little bit of practice. Now, what's interesting to note is that if, we don't really, for skills that we want to learn for ourselves, we don't care so much about time, right? We just care about how good we are, whatever good happens to mean. So if we relabel performance time to how good you are, the graph flips. And you get this famous and widely known, this is the learning curve. And the story of the learning curve is when you start, you're grossly incompetent and you know it, right? With a little bit of practice, you get really good really quick. So that early level of improvement is really fast. And then at a certain point, you reach a plateau, and the subsequent gains become much harder to get. They take more time to get. Now, my question is, I want that, right? How long does it take from starting something and being grossly incompetent and knowing it to being reasonably good in, hopefully, as short a period of time as possible? So, how long does that take? Here's what my research says. 20 hours. That's it. You can go from knowing nothing about any skill that you can think of. Want to learn a language? Want to learn how to draw? Want to learn how to juggle flaming chainsaws? If you put 20 hours of focused, deliberate practice into that thing, you will be astounded at how good you are.
Request all to occupy the front seats. Request all parents to please come and sit in front in the first row. I see many parents here. Please come to the front row.
I don't know. You do. Camera is on. On.
Faculties, members from our C-DAC family, please occupy the front row. Dignitaries are here. I request all of you to rise. Request all to rise. Please be seated. Namaskara. Good morning everyone. ಕಲಿಕೆಯು ಸೃಜನಶೀಲತೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡುತ್ತದೆ. ಸೃಜನಶೀಲತೆ ಚಿಂತನೆಗೆ ಕಾರಣವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಚಿಂತನೆ ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ನೀಡುತ್ತದೆ. ಜ್ಞಾನವು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠರನ್ನಾಗಿಸುತ್ತದೆ. ಇದು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ APJ ಅಬ್ದುಲ್ ಕಲಾಂ ಹೇಳಿದ ಮಾತು. Learning gives creativity. Creativity leads to thinking. Thinking provides knowledge. Knowledge makes you great. A saying by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. It is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to IGNITE August 2026, the orientation program for PG certificate program, advanced certificate course in HPC and work-based learning program at the Center for Development of Advanced Computing, Bangalore. A very warm welcome to Shri E. Magesh, Director General C-DAC, Professor Devabrata Das, Director IIIT Bangalore, Dr. S.T. Sudarshan, Executive Director C-DAC Bangalore, and Dr. Haribabu P, Scientist G, Project Director ACR, and Dr. Mohammad Misbahuddin, Scientist F, and Head Trust STU C-DAC Bangalore, respected dignitaries, faculty members, alumni, and all the students joining us today. The name IGNITE itself captures the spirit of the occasion to spark curiosity, inspire learning, and ignite the potential within every individual. Every great journey begins with the spark. Ignite is where that spark turns into a flame. We are delighted to have you with us as we begin this new chapter of learning, exploration and growth. Let us now begin the program with the traditional light of the lamp. I now request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, please. Thank you. May this light of knowledge illuminate our path, inspire our minds, and guide us towards excellence. I now request Executive Director C-DAC Bangalore, Sudarshan Sir, to honor Shri E. Magir Sir. Request Sudarshan Sir to honor Professor Debabrata Das Sir. Request Hari Babu Sir to honor Sudarshan Sir. Request Nispa Sir to honor Hari Babu Sir. Thank you, sir.
The lamp has been lit, marking the beginning of the IGNITE August 2026 event, and every new journey begins with a first spark. To set the tone for the journey ahead, it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Mohammad Misbauddin, Scientist F, Head Trust STU C-DAC Bangalore, to address the gathering and share his open remarks. The first spark.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you very much. First of all, a very warm welcome and respectful good morning to everyone. Before the formal welcome as well as the spark starts, I would like to just ask you to look who is sitting beside you. Okay, all our students here as well as the parents and the faculty members. You have come here obviously for a purpose. Each one of you have walked away from something. Okay, what is that something? It is nothing but the comfort. You could have been at home, but now you thought that you will do something and you will upskill yourself, you will reskill yourself, and you want yourself to be industry ready and stay relevant with this fastest technological advancement that we are seeing in this era. This is the spirit that is required, and I'll always quote this couplet of the poetry, the Urdu poetry, by Allama Iqbal. He says that सितारों से आगे जहां और भी है, अभी इश्क के इम्तिहान और भी है. Thank you very much. Basically, if you translate it in English, beyond the stars, there are still more worlds. Beyond today's achievement, there are still more tests of commitment that are lying. So what you have achieved, you have completed your engineering, you have completed your masters, you have completed your MCA, MSc, and you are here, but that is not the completion or the achievement of what you want to be. Still, there are many more tests which are ahead. Okay, let us walk together for fulfilling that dream. So you are not here merely just get a job. You are here to build the technological backbone of self-reliant India, which our Honorable Prime Minister always says about Atmanirbharta. You are not here to learn a single tool, but you are here to become the adaptable, resilient, unstoppable human capital that this nation needs to lead the world. Always from the bottom of heart, I believe that this nation has huge potential in youth, the people whom I am seeing from here. So, welcome to IGNITE 2026. This is our another batch, I can say, of our advanced certificate courses, our postgraduate certificate programs, as well as work-based learning. At the outset, it is my privilege to welcome the 4 pillars of this particular program. The 4 pillars whom you are seeing on the stage here. First, the pillar of the national vision, Shri Magesh E. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invite. And let me tell you one important thing, that this is the first time, at least in my career, which I have seen in the last 19 years, I have been associated with C-DAC Bangalore. I am seeing first time Director General is there for the orientation and inauguration of a session. We are really excited, sir. We are fully motivated because of your presence. Thank you very much for your vision. Your leadership ensures that every capability built here is not just for individual career growth, but for India's technological sovereignty. You have shown us the indigenous technologies as not a slogan, but as a survival strategy. The second pillar of strength, of academic rigor, Professor Devabrata Das, Director IIIT Bangalore. Sir, your presence bridges the gap between classroom theory and real-world innovation. You remind us that deep thinking must always accompany deep doing. Thank you very much, sir. And with the liberty sir has given, myself and Balaji, who is sitting here, my colleague, we always simply walk in sir's office and request for his time, and he always obliged. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your presence. And the third pillar, pillar of strength, pillar of motivation, and the institutional execution with excellence, Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, Executive Director, C-DAC Bangalore. Sir, your relentless drive converts vision into infrastructure, faculty grit, and real tangible opportunities. The scale of what you see today is built on your unwavering support, and we will continue to do that. We will continue to expand, we will continue to grow. Thank you very much, sir, for acceptance of our invite and being part of this particular event. And the fourth pillar that you are seeing on the stage, I call it as pillar of credibility, because I want to specifically acknowledge Dr. Hari Babu, Scientist G, and the Project Director of Advanced Computing Research. More than his title of Scientist G, what matters is that he is an alumnus of our own PG Diploma course in Embedded System Design, which he has done from C-DAC Hyderabad, if I am remembering correctly. And he joined C-DAC as a project engineer, and then rose through the ranks through sheer competence, integrity, and hunger for learning. So a true inspirational personality sitting on the dais. He is the credibility pillar of this program. When we say this course transforms lives, we are not making a marketing claim here, but we are pointing to those type of people. So thank you, Haribabu sir, for being part of this particular event. Now, if you look at the why we are here, why we have kept this name as IGNITE. Okay, so we are starting with the spark. Can you have the next slide, please? The first spark. Okay. The transformation does not begin with a certificate. Many of you might have thought that, okay, I'll be joining this particular course so that I'll get another certificate, postgraduate certificate program. Okay, but that's not true. Okay, because it begins with a question, it begins with a failure and the courage to try again. In the coming months, 6 months down the line, when you complete your course and complete your course successfully, you'll surely get a certificate. But it will look good on your wall, just the certificate. But the market does not pay you for the certificates. It will pay you for the credibility that you carry on. Okay, as well as the capability that you create in yourself in the next 6 months. Okay, so capability is what is being built here. C-DAC courses are always hands-on intensive courses. Okay, and you have 60% of the, more than 60% of hands-on, wherein you are fully involved in doing the exercises, assignments. Next 6 months, that is what I was just mentioning to sir, that these courses of 6 months are actually, it is 900 hours plus 300 hours. So that means 1200 hours course you are doing in 6 months, 6 months duration. Okay, so lot of work you have to do. We are with you. The entire team is with you to take you to the next step. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay. Okay. Now, today the orientation is for these three cohorts. Postgraduate certificate programs that we are starting. Okay, you have already seen. All of you are from these courses. Most of you are from these courses. Postgraduate certificate program in advanced computing, in big data analytics, in IT, infrastructure systems and security. Okay, and then we have embedded systems design. And this time we are launching the AI program as well. Okay, many of you are from AI as well. And we have ACC HPC with AI course and then work-based learning. Okay, if you look at that one, then you have different names. The students are associated with different programs. These are different names, but the discipline is same. Engage fully, practice repeatedly, and improve yourself continuously. Now, if you look at the courses, 5 postgraduate diploma, postgraduate certificate program courses, these are the courses which I was mentioning. And these are NCVT certified courses. The details about NCVT certified courses, when we meet, we can discuss about that. It's a very beneficial program. You will be awarded the credits also at the end of the program. Okay. But one thing I would like to tell you, very importantly, please concentrate on that. The present era, okay, if you look at the technologies are converging, interdisciplinary work is going on. I always motivate the students that advanced computing student is collaborating with the embedded systems design guy, and then you are developing an application for that at the end of when you have to submit a project. Okay. Similarly, cyber security guy is required. Embedded security he can do along with the embedded systems design. AI guy is working with big data analytics. So interdisciplinary projects will always be helpful for your career as well. So please think about that and choose your projects wisely so that it helps you in your career. We are fully with you for this. Okay. Because why I am saying is, these days the industry is looking for those who have T in their life. T-shaped professionals, if I can put it properly. What do you mean by T-shaped professional? Depth in one particular area or technology, and then breadth with multiple other knowledges, other skills. Okay, that is where the T is there. Now when we talk about T, based on this T, we came up with a group name that is called as Trust, starting with T. In fact, 2 T's are there in that. Okay, so training, reskilling, upskilling, services and technology proliferation. What we do, quickly I'll just walk through these. All these are our activities at C-DAC Bangalore. Okay, postgraduate certificate courses, and then 3 months training program practicum. Okay, and then we have work-based learning, then experiential learning for those who are right now pursuing their engineering degrees or master degrees and they want to know more about their courses, more about the new technologies which they want to venture in. So for that, experiential learning is there. Then from reskilling and upskilling point of view, we have very good projects, okay, exclusively for various categories, which we call it as inclusive capacity building. And then we are also part of Future Skills Prime program, which is MIT and ASCOM program. And then we are also Regional Coordination Center for 5 states, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry, Kerala, and Lakshadweep Islands. So we create awareness. As part of this ISCA, in the last 1.5 years, we have created awareness about cyber security among 21,000 plus candidates across these 5 states. Okay, so this is why I am showing you this background is, you have come to the right place. The people who are associated with this program are actually having this background and carrying this much of experience in the respective areas. And then services, we also offer master courses to various universities, then corporate trainings. Then we have established Center of Excellences in IoT in more than 350 colleges, including IITs across India. And then our team, the team who is involved with you for trainings is also the same one who are also parallelly developing, in fact developed as well as deployed as well. That is called as training management system, the complete workflow management system. Thanks to our Director General sir, in one of the academic council meetings, he said that there should be workflow automation, and he trusted in our abilities, and then he bestowed that particular work on us. Thank you, sir. Now we have seen, and sir has launched also in our annual day function. So the TMS is already working. Lot of features are there for the students, for the faculties, for the administrators. We will, walk you through that, TMS later at a later point of time to make you understand how you can use it. Okay, and then collaborative PhD programs, we are in discussions, and faculty industry immersion programs, we are very soon starting with that. Technology proliferations, there is a very good thing that is going on since 2023. For last 3 years, this is the 4th year, the last 3 years, we have visited more than 70 colleges across Karnataka. You can see that map, and road trips we do, and then we create awareness about the courses as well as the activities that we do. In addition to that, a new dimension we have recently started, All India Radio, especially Kannada, Akashvani. So every Wednesday and every Friday, there is an episode that comes on the technology. We don't say that you take C-DAC solutions, but we are trying to create awareness about the advanced technologies in Kannada. So already 12 episodes have completed. There are 52 episodes that are going to come. Remaining 40 are there, and people have been recording. A lot of appreciation is coming from across Karnataka, and people are tuning to that particular channel at 7:15 a.m. We'll give you more details when we meet you exclusively. Supercomputing India, the first time India had a supercomputing conference. We have conducted this last year. It was a huge success. And apart from that, in data conference we have conducted in the last year. And the last 2 years, we have initiated a new activity. Now this year we have named it as Samvada AI. So this is basically academia industry connect programs that we are conducting so that our courses and our faculty members should get an understanding of what what industry requires from the academia, and accordingly we are tuning our courses, we are tuning our strategies, especially for trainings. So these are huge successful programs that we have been conducting. And from the engagement point of view and collaborations point of view, we have also established a Center of Excellence as well as Skill Development Center at Madras Export Processing Zone at Chennai. Okay, already 3 batches of courses have been completed, and AI COE will be established there, Center of Excellence in AI at Tumkur University. The discussions are in advanced stage. In addition to that, our team is also collaborating. In fact, collaboration have already started and has taken a shape as well. University Technical Malaysia, recently we have delivered the training on Security Operations Center. They are going to establish in collaboration with C-DAC. And the next step is their students are going to come, their faculty are going to come to C-DAC for their upskilling. In addition to that, the first HPC AI center with our indigenous Paramshau solutions is going to be established there at UTM Malaysia. In addition, again, the Karnataka Minority Development Corporation, they have put this particular responsibility on us. We have started batches for training that particular minorities. Now we are expanding it to 3 places now: Kalaburgi, Mangalore and Bangalore. These are the 3 places. From November onwards, these courses will start in those regions. And my entire team is now trained, and the certification will be done very soon in ethics for AI system design. This is based on IEEE Standard Association's standard. The ethical AI is required in this era. So in addition to that, my team is also involved in the R&D projects. Now this is the summary of the trust group that we have been doing in capacity building. This is the number in the last 3 years that we have achieved. 33,000 plus candidates we have trained in the last 3 years in various means, including PGCP as well as IoT upskilling and all. Now, if you look at this, why I have put this particular slide is to just inform you that we will be very soon be ISO certified. ISO 9001 2015. We were earlier also ISO certified, and then we are going for a recertification now with the new quality management system. And thanks to our GK Anantaram sir, who is sitting here, who has guided us for taking this certification. So this is a structure that we have created. Already it is recommended for the certification. Very soon this trust group will be ISO certified. Now, one important thing which I want to announce now is in the next version of ISO that we are going for in November and December, these already the left three people, I mean AMC member, QMS coordinator and design and certification already there in the existing QMS. The next QMS 2.0, the program coordinator will be Ms. Indrani, who will be looking after all these activities of system administration, course coordination as well as placement coordination. And these are the trusted members. So all this is my team, and they are not only course coordinators. In fact, as I told you, they are all actually carrying out the R&D projects as well as the software development project as well. So they carry that particular background. And these are our backbone, trusted backbone. So if you look at the scale exclusively for these PGCP courses, so till now, C-DAC Bangalore has trained more than 20,000 students, and there are 17,000 plus students who have placed. You know that many of you, if I ask you, you will say that your main motive for joining C-DAC is to get a placement, right? We are not a placement agency, but we will surely support you, will assist you, and we will try to transform you to get a job. Now, in addition to that, C-DAC here is not only a national level organization, we have our presence in more than 42 countries, okay? And this is the scale that we are going with. And then we also have CHAC, Center for HPC, Upskilling and Knowledge Sharing. We are running this ACC HPC course through that. In fact, I cannot forget that particular moment. Dr. Haribabu called me and said that, can you initiate something under NSNHRD? Thank you very much for that discussion, sir. We took it forward, we took it seriously, and now when you go to the campus, you will see the experience center, you will see how we have grown. And when we were doing this ACC HPC course, the Director General called me once, and then sir told me that why it is running only in 2 centers, Bangalore and Guwahati. Why can't it be across C-DAC, all the pan C-DAC centers? And then immediately we took that particular guidance, and now this is the second batch we are running. Thank you very much, sir, for that guidance and the motivation, and as well as support. Dr. Sudarshan is always there with us as a backbone who is keeping on pushing our limits to take more and more activities forward. And recently, just to inform you, can I formally tell that, sir? So we have 4 locations in Bangalore. So the 4th location, that we call it as KP2, sir has recently told me last week that we will give you 1 complete floor for expanding your capacity building activities. Thank you very much, sir, for that. We'll surely show you that result in the next 2 months itself. And then if you look at the package, you look at that, even though you all know how the industry and how the placements are, okay, across India. But if you look at August 2024 batch, the highest package that our student got was 8 lakh. We were not satisfied. We pushed our limits. Our people were more involved in soft skills and all, okay, training the soft skills. 12 lakh package, February 2025, February 26, 17 lakh, and the current batch, it is 19 lakh per annum. The candidate is sitting here. You will very soon see him on the stage here, okay. And these are the recruiters, the companies who are recruiting, okay. So you are at the right place. Continue to trust us as we are the trusted people. We'll take you forward. I would like to now take you towards conclusion. Great educators remind us what learning is for. So education, Swami Vivekananda, he says, education is the manifestation of the perfection already in man. So everyone has the ability. So this education, this skilling will really take us to the next level. And Nelson Mandela says, education is the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. Finally, I would like to conclude again with a couplet. Okay, so don't disheartened. Life is there, life will go on. It says, दिल ना उम्मीद तो नहीं, नाकाम ही तो है. लंबी है गम की शाम, मगर शाम ही तो है. So the translation is, the heart is not without hope. It has only met a setback. The long evening is, after all, only an evening. Again, you are going to see the brightness of the day. So thank you very much for coming here. Thank you, sir. I welcome everyone again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those valuable insights and for setting the right tone for the beginning of IGNITE. As our students begin a new chapter in their journey in technology, it is especially meaningful to hear from someone who brings together the perspectives of academia, research, innovation, and the evolving technology landscape. I would now like to invite Professor Debabrata Das, Director, IIIT Bangalore. As the Director of IIIT Bangalore, he brings not only deep technical expertise, but also a broader perspective on how education, research, and innovation can come together to address real-world challenges. Sir, we are honored to have you with us. May I invite you to address the gathering?
Ellarigu Namaskara. Very good morning to all of you here in this campus. It's a great honor and pleasure to be surrounded by the very eminent scientists from the C-DAC, Sri E. Maghesh, Director General of C-DAC, and all who has deep contributions of building indigenous supercomputers for the country, which we are proud of. Thank you, sir, for having here. And Dr. Sudarshan, ED of C-DAC Bangalore, the source and the energy behind all what you see, along with Dr. Haribabu, Dr. Muhammad, and Dr. Balaji, and all the eminent people and scientific community here from Bangalore and across the country, from C-DAC, industry, government, and academia, and also the press. It is one of the happiest days for me in this campus to see a strong, young people. Whenever I see students and all together, I feel so happy. And most importantly, you are in the right hand of the scientists from the C-DAC who are going to teach you and nurture you, particularly what Dr. Muhammad said, and I am sure Dr. Director General and the ED will talk about theory and the hands-on practices. No one has done so much of hands-on in this country in computing, which is a completely indigenous like an industry, and now in academia and together like C-DAC with respect to multiple decades from supercomputers, and also in which you know about the Param, now the Rudra 1, 2, 3, and also the PKIs, e-sign, IoT, smart energy meters, you name it, in nations building, their contributions in various directions, along with the advanced technologies which they talked about, which is listed on the screen, which was in the starting in the inauguration you saw, from various security to AI to various things. So you are very lucky, and sometimes I feel that you are very lucky you will be going to be trained by them. And hands-on is so important because any industry you go, 99% of them or more will be on systems development. Understanding a system, very simple way, is that how that 1 and zeros in the digital world we say, how it is saved, how operating system works, how virtualizations works, how I compute, how I write an application which does my job, and leading to AI, decision makings, data collections, and all those things are inside a system. And you people will be taught by the experts who have contributed their 2 decades, 3 decades minimum to build this. And please learn from them as much as possible. And I have 3 things to say before I leave this podium. You are very young. You are only thinking about a job which was presented, but just think for a moment, I have to work for next 35 to 40 years. You are only 22, 23 years now, after undergraduate or maybe post-graduations and all. So you'll be working up to 65. So 40 years in front of you to contribute for the nation and the world, for the society. So what are the 3 things you should focus? First and foremost thing, A, as we say, alphabet A, that is the first alphabet, that is called attitude. Be positive and be honest to learn by yourself. There are AI tools out there, they will give you the code, but learn how to write codes, how to write the algorithms, then you solve the problems given to you by yourselves. So that is called the positive attitude and honestly learning. That is in your hand. Whatever they will teach you, but attitude has to be extremely, extremely important. Failures are there, success are there, attitude, why it is important. First and foremost, this has to carry on for next whole life, is that you have to be positive. Everywhere, people in the social media or the newspaper or in your friend circle, there will be negative things maybe there. That is people generally feel happy to listen that. Don't fall into that trap of listening, because it is our own life. We have to guide our life, our mind towards positive direction and learn and contribute. Then we'll get a very good applause from the industry and the teams to do well. And that will keep you going for next 40 years, 50 years happily. Second point, which we need to keep it in mind for next 60 years or more than 40 years, is your health, H for health. So health means 2 types, physical and mental. And physically, because you are in front of the computers all day and night, laptops, PCs, mobiles and all. But please take care of it. When you feel like to go for a walk or a play, don't hesitate. Health is extremely important to keep you going. If you may be very learned, very knowledgeable, all those things will happen within the C-DAC 6 months. No doubt, I have no doubt. They are great people. I have worked and a great admirer of them. I know how good they are. So you will learn a lot, no doubt I have. But if you are not healthy, you cannot be able to contribute. So be healthy. And that is in your hand. The third thing, it is A for again academics, or which is lifelong learning. In my 30 years and in this R&D, teaching and research, every 3 years my area changes. I started my life with the copper networks, then copper network vanished, came the optical network, it vanished, came the Wi-Fi 6 versions within last 20 years. Then came when I started it was 2G, 3G, now 4G, 5G, 6G and 6G advanced. So all those things, if I add up every 3 years, it is changing. But if your fundamentals and your understanding of the systems is very clear due to the academics, then no one can stop you. So what I wanted to say is that you learn to the depth, what he said, Dr. Miswar. Depth means concepts, make it clear. Fundamentals has to be clear, concept. You are very good in asking whys from school. Why Apple fell from the things till today in your engineering concepts. But you also be careful from henceforth, because routine works will be taken away by the AI tools. So what next? That means you have to be, while doing these works, when they give you a project, the project is an unknown problem to solve. That means you should come out with your new idea by asking yourself, why not this idea? You see, why clear your concept, why not? These 2 words brings your brain triggers to a new idea. Why not this idea to solve this problem by writing a code or by hardware or something? Keep that kindling now. In whole our life, for schooling and engineering, we are never challenged with unknown problems. So you solve it, then your brain will be highly tuned towards solving by any problem which you don't know in future. As I said, I have changed my area 6-7 times, but still I'm surviving, because that why and why not between these 2 and shuttling. Why makes my concepts clear. Every day I ask myself, have I learned this? Why not? asking by solving the new problems which makes us new patent, new papers, new products or new things. And you should be ahead of the world. So these three combinations, A for attitude, H for health, and A for academics, will make you, when you graduate from C-DAC, with the feeling, aha, AHA. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your sharing your valuable insights and for giving your students a meaningful perspective on the journey ahead. Leadership is about turning vision into direction and direction into action. As our students begin their journey at C-DAC, it's a privilege to hear from a leader who brings valuable experience and perspective to this journey. We are honored to have with us Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, Executive Director, C-DAC Bangalore. Sir, may we have privilege from hearing from you?
Good morning to all of you. First of all, today everything is interconnected. A source is a destination and destination is a source. So in our own IIIT Bangalore, we have made the director as a special guest of honor in his own campus. So this is where the world is. So anybody can transform to anything in a given time. But this is not a light-hearted coming. It's a journey that IIIT Bangalore and C-DAC share for a long time. We don't differentiate between IIIT B as a different campus and C-DAC as a different campus. And Professor Das, not just from this academic perspective and industry perspective, he has transformed IIIT Bangalore. And the way when things were not going well, the way he set up something in Myanmar, like that, any international things, Professor Das has made a tremendous contribution, and he motivates us in IEEE as well as one of the leaders. And we already mentioned about the 2G to 6G journey. But what makes him remarkable is his ability to simplify things. So as soon as he said, aha, I thought a right choice. So it just resonated. Thank you, sir. Your words are truly meaningful, not just for the students who come, but all of us who are having the opportunity to listen to you one more time. Because the way you share the wisdom is amazing. And it helps us to recalibrate our own approach. Thank you, sir. And always, organization is defined by leadership. C-DAC is a supercomputing entity when we started in 88. And at some point, we reached a stage where system design software up to the motherboard part became somewhat in control. We are able to reach a stage of maturity. As soon as you reach a stage of maturity at some point, then you want to go further deep, more fundamental. So, as a country, the decision was to make the chips ourselves. So, C-DAC needed someone, not someone who can just do supercomputing, but can play, as they say, bhai aapka khel, with chip designs, so that we can come with our own IPs and chip designs. And that is where our Director General Mahesh sir, he took over as DG. He has a lot of chip airport experience, and that is seen today with our program ACR Advanced Computing Research, supported by our Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. and we are building a set of chips that will become part of the ecosystem that India has with our own IPs. And today he is here amongst us to share his ideas and thoughts and guide us. It's a added motivation. And yesterday, he just powered down the 30 petaflop computing facility. All the systems are physically in place. So the spark that was talked about was lit yesterday by our DG sir. And this year, we can look at India's largest HPC facility becoming functional in this very same electronic city where you are sitting. Thank you, DG sir, for coming here and guiding us and motivating us. And we'll get to hear it from him. And such a deep-rooted technology complexes chip design requires someone who has credibility, and we know what that is. So we have Dr. Haribabu who leads that effort, and he's here. We are going to hear from him as well. And he started his career with a VLSI course at C-DAC as a student, and today he is a leader. What continuous learning can do.
Misbah has already mesmerized you, so I don't need to say anything more. But to say that 5 years ago, we had a team that was working on what we used to call as business development. And the person leading it was retiring. We needed someone to take over. So there was a debate, does C-DAC do business? So that is where we relooked it. Now our job is technology proliferation and technology creation. Business should be done by industry and organizations. We will create the capabilities as a not-for-profit public funded entity. So that is when we had a discussion with Dr. Misbah.
He said it should not be just a training or some consultancy, but we should transform to something that will sustain us long term, create an impact to the society. So Dr. Misbah took over, and from being just doing the that time arts courses, today we transformed into something which is very different. You saw that test which contains multiple things with international collaboration, and who was also instrumental in running the Supercomputing India conference last year, first time in India. Now all these are happening not because someone just thought about it, but because we have amazing set of leaders, philosophers, guides, experienced engineers who can actually deliver, mentor and mold. In fact, whenever there is something fundamental happens in cyber security, there is a discussion happening. There is a call, and the word PK was mentioned by Professor Das couple of times. So the public key infrastructure
that we have, the e-sign digital signature, the root certificate and the emerging technologies around it. It is led by Dr. Balaji, who is sitting here. So he has
contributed a lot as a team leader, as a thought leader, as a technology leader. I think you should all visit pkindia.in website to see a lot of things. And in all these activities, Professor Das has been either a working group member or a program review and steering group member, guiding us, reviewing us, providing critical inputs. As a mentor and faculty, he has the freedom to start softly or hardly, but get the job done. And generally, he has done the soft one in the meetings, and if there is anything, he will call us to the side we have a backgate connecting C-DAC and IIIT Bangalore, and then we get the right guidance. So things have been moving like that. But that alone is not enough. We need the wisdom of much more experienced people. So we have a group of experts. We call them SAGE. We have a strategic advisory group of experts at C-DAC Bangalore. I see at least 3 of them sitting here. Dr. Sarachandra Babu, he was earlier our own executive director. You have Sri Anantaram, who leads the quality vertical as a SAGE expert, and we have Sri K.S. Bhatt, who is an expert in man management or people management and motivation. We have many more, but 3 of us are here. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Now, I will take only one example of my own case before we hear from our Director General, and you are all waiting for getting onto the program to learn. I did my engineering long back. The discipline was called Electronics and Communication Engineering. And the project that I took up along with 3 more my friends, classmates, was designing a dish antenna. Those days, we did not have so many channels and all. So other than Doordarshan, if you want anything, you need very specialized antennas to focus on a particular satellite. So we wanted to design a helical antenna, but the signal was so weak, we needed a C-band kind of dish, huge aluminum mesh dish we needed to be done. From theory, it looked very easy. It's all about lambda size, all that, and you cut into pieces, create a paraboloid kind of antenna. It looked easy, just a simple mathematics. And getting a aluminum sheet is a question of some money and transportation. The hardware, the one signal comes, there is a low noise amplifier and other things that we talk about. That was the electronics part, all done. So what happened was 4 of us did the project. Since it was a huge antenna, almost 1.8 meters width, it cannot be mounted in a lab or taken inside. Anyway, antenna has to point to the satellite. The dish has to be pointing, not the small ones we see those days. It was all manually done. And just before our final Viva, there is a May 16th is a telecom day. So that was celebrated. So we were told, why don't you put your project as part of the display? We did put. And that time, our good luck, signals were good enough. People could see, not perfect, but a good signal coming on a TV from a foreign satellite. One channel was there, people watched. That was over. 15 days later was our actual Viva, June 1st week, two weeks later. So we are all ready. Morning 9:30 was the external, who will come for Viva, demo on Viva. We are all happy because 2 weeks ago the system has worked, people have seen it working. So we, 4 of us were very confident. We will ace the Viva and we'll get, those days project carried 200 marks. So we thought we'll get 200 out of 200, at least 190 plus. That was our confidence. To our good luck or bad luck, previous night, suddenly there was a thunderstorm. Morning we go, our entire system has collapsed. Antenna is not there. It is lying on the ground as a rubble. There is no way we can get pieces cut, assembled in 2 hours. That too, it's a government engineering college in a place called the Karaikudi. So I have to go to even Madurai, even if I want to get a piece made, 3 hours. I will not even reach one way. No way it is possible. So we recalibrated or 119 to 19 marks and come after 6 months because the system is down. Nothing is there to show. But still, we need to face the viva. We cannot be absent. So we all went, stood there. We had a Professor Balakrishnan who was our HOD. He retired as a DOT director of Tamil Nadu. Amazing person in communication technologies again. So only questions were asked. They did not talk about the demo because they have seen the piece lying in rubble on the ground. And those who did those days microprocessor based systems got fantastic results because it's a 7-segment display. You press some button, answer comes, it is perfect. After that, it is only interaction. We were one of the 2-3 batches who did out of the way, not doing on a microprocessor. Computers were not there at that time. And we are mentally ready to get a second class and 6 months delay. There is no choice. We are all thinking how to tell to our family. They all thought we are brilliant students, school, good marks and all. After everything was over, we did not leave. You don't feel hungry, you don't know what to do, right? We are sitting in the department in a corner. After everything is over, evening 6:30, nobody was left. Then the lab assistant came and told, HOD sir wants to meet you. You guys come. So we were like scapegoats. We thought, Gaya come say, we went there. After we went, we all stood, the way we stand when we do a mistake. He asked only one question. Whom did you consult for your mechanical structure? Only one question he asked. We did not know what to answer. First of all, we don't talk in front of professors. On top of it, with all the episode. But then we said, sir, nobody except the aluminum sheet guy or guy, whatever he suggested, nothing more. Why did you not consult? We could not say anything that those days, your project team has to be only from the same branch and from the same class. You cannot talk to another department. Forget about collaboration. You cannot even talk. If you are talking, professor will say that what are you doing with the other? You have no other job to do or what? So that is the kind of restriction. They wanted us to focus on the core subject. You did not. He looked at us, okay, go. Then to our surprise, we did get good 80% marks because professor had convinced that 2 weeks ago it had worked and things like that. It was not their fault, weather and all. But that one question mark left me deeply thinking. And today we know the value of interdisciplinary things. So when Dr. Misbah said, look at the 5 courses, WBL and other things, please talk to each other to come with a system that solves a problem with why and why nots. Not something that is just coding or just doing a chip or just doing a functionality. The idea should be to design a system that will solve a problem. If you take that approach, actually you don't need placement, you will become an entrepreneur. You will lead the technology, you will lead the vertical. And the T that was talked about, depth in something and breadth in adjacent technologies, that will naturally come. And I learned it the hard way. But because we had a professor who understood the value of the effort and also why something was not taken into account, that is the systematic that time in place. But today, it is an open world. You can collaborate, you can co-create. That is what we are doing in C-DAC. That is what IIIT Bangalore does. They take industry problems. In fact, Professor Das himself comes from industry background from abroad. Our DG comes from experience from international companies, has worked abroad and come back. So people are bringing that kind of interdisciplinary synergies to solve problems. And each of you should take that into your account when you design not just your projects, everything you do, try to see what problem I'm trying to solve. What you need to learn, you learn. That is only for your own enrichment. But what society needs is solution to problems. If you go from that perspective, life is easy and you will have more and more success stories to tell. So in the end, co-creation also ensures you have real friends, not digital friends, because you are working together. That human bond that you create among each other, that goes a very, very long way. At least the people like us can say, when we meet our own college mates in alumni meets, suddenly we become 16, 18, 20-year-old kids and we have the same fun. The current age does not matter. So to that kind of friendship, this course gives you another 6 months of opportunity to create another set of friends who can be your lifetime friends, with whom you can share the bond, who will not judge you by success or failure. They'll be your friends. They are with you all the time. That will make a lot of meaning as you get older, as you face more and more challenges of life. This is what takes us through as a catalyst, as a guiding factor, as a motivation. We have people to support who do not judge, but they support. That is what matters. So with that, I thank all the parents and guardians for supporting your work, for coming to C-DAC, not just for learning, hoping that they will make a better career. This confidence, we do our best to take it forward. And all the faculty and the staff here. In chemistry, we always have something called a catalyst. In some cases, the catalyst is part of the reaction, but the end the result is coming, catalyst separates out. So our team is of that nature. They'll work with you, they'll merge with you during the journey. But when you graduate as a catalyst, they'll come out to be available for the next batch. Because today the world is all about recycle and reuse. So we keep on reusing and we gain our own experience. Every time we become more and more seasoned for the next batch. But we'll be with you during this journey. Thank you so much for your time and patient learning. Thanks for hearing my personal story. Wish you all the best. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for those thoughtful words and for setting a meaningful direction for our students as they begin their journey with C-DAC. Every new beginning is an opportunity to shape what comes next. For our students, today marks the beginning of an important phase of learning and growth at C-DAC. It is therefore a privilege to hear from the leader at the helm of the organization and gain his perspective on the journey that lies ahead. We are honored to have with us Shri Ash, Director General C-DAC. Sir, we look forward to hearing your thoughts and guidance as we begin this new chapter.
Professor Dr. Devadatta Das, Director at IIIT Bangalore. Dr. Sudarshan, Dr. Hari Babu, Dr. Nushba, dignitaries of the dais. We have with us our former ED, Dr. Chandra Babu, parents, and all the students here who are enrolled to pursue these 5 different PG certificate program and WBL and HPC. I'm sure that you are going to remember this day as an important milestone in your career, a decision that you have taken is going to stay with you, and these memories also will be there with you for a long, long time to come. So I used to normally start with how C-DAC has started. Many, I heard and learned from the previous DGs and so on. Something I also learned very recently. How many of you have seen this recent movie called Governor? Yeah, very few of you. I'm also yet to see that movie, but heard a lot about that movie. It's some important event happening in our country just before 1991. Many of us on and off the dais have been witness to that event. It's about globalization, privatization, and then liberalization. Why did that happen? India was in the brink of, going bankrupt. Foreign exchanges were, resources were dwindling, so there was nothing left. Soon, within a month or two, people will be on the roads. The cost of commodities are going to go skyrocket. That was the time when the governor, RBI governor, looked for solutions just around himself. How an individual manages his finances, how a family manages its own finances. So you learn from that and try to adopt that for the country. Some of the decisions, like, I can't tell more of that. Some of the decisions, like mortgaging the gold, looking abroad for funds, reaching out to IMF. We are very closely tied with Russia, but not to US at that point in time. So these are some of the important decisions, right? Borrow, come across the short-term hurdles and then build upon that. That was the thing. So in one of his speeches, when he went to IMF and asking for loan, he talked about Param supercomputer. He talked about Param 8000. So that is the context that I remember this, this particular conversation, this movie, the governor talking about Param 8000. So India was denied supercomputer around that time, around 85, 88 time, and then C-DAC was formed because India was denied supercomputer. They said it will be used for dual purpose. So they had hesitation in giving that machines to us. But the then Director General, Dr. Bhatter, said, no, we will build our own system, and he did it with record time and half the budget. And he took a different approach. He did not depend on high-powered CPUs. Instead, used bit-slice processors with computer kind of a thing to put many things together and made the first supercomputer in India. And then rest was in history. We had Param 9000, 10,000, and so on. Today, we have deployed close to 120 petaflop of system across the country in more than 50 plus locations. This is not an ordinary feat. We should attribute this kind of progress also to the event which happened in 1991 about liberalization, globalization, and privatization. So going forward, many would have appreciated the decision made at that point. Now, what situation we have today, it's all positives, but some people also, like research institutes, think that they have not been given due importance. Some people say that because of globalization, a lot of cheap products got dumped into India. It stopped our own internal R&D works, right? So it put a stoppage, on that part of the thing. So there are some people who are not really happy. But mostly it was for the general good. We have so many companies coming here, investing, and today we are seeing the India Semiconductor Mission. So it's all about attracting investment, retaining them, building IP, profits within the country, and retain them in the country. So to that effort, the ISM, through C-DAC and many other institutions, the government of India is trying to invest a lot of money in retaining talent, retaining IP, retaining the investment, booking profit, and making sure that Indian companies grow. To a large extent, that is also a success today. But more to come, it all depends on how the next generations of people like you who are going through this kind of program and start to work towards that goal and make India a superpower in the world. As I said before, C-DAC is into supercomputing, quantum computing, artificial intelligence, and then cybersecurity cutting across all of them. Next generation computing for embedded systems, IoT, SCADA systems, all that is happening. At the same time, we also should not forget about our other verticals like health, agriculture, power sector, like we have certain other space, avionics. So C-DAC does focus in all those areas also, because C-DAC is not just about supercomputing, it is also about other verticals which India really needs. So we all work towards making technology affordable and available. When I say affordable, it is never going to be a zero, it's never going to be free, because somebody else has to work for that particular technology, and if it's offered fees, we are exploiting the other person. So it's never going to be free. It has to be an affordable technology. So all of us here should never forget that, and also try to understand what is ethics in all about in all of this. So you may use a lot of AI techniques. AI is like a child, You ask whatever it keeps telling you whatever you wanted. It also tries to learn from what you ask. But it should never exploit other person. For instance, you make a solution for a agri sector. There are other stakeholders. There, apart from the farmer, we have logistics company, we have storage houses, we have auction area where we want to, get the best price for the farmer. Suppose if the farmer doesn't get his right price, he has no option but to put it in a storage place, or at least move using a logistic system. So if you take them, all of them as individual, yes, we have to do justice for them. We could help them use an AI system and help them. But there is an ethics component here. Would you exploit a farmer to support a logistic company? Would you exploit a logistic company to support a storage house? These are certain things, AI will not help you. We humans have to be there. We should be there to say what is right and what is wrong. And this is all about ethics of AI. That certificate program about AI, I mean, apart from learning all about this AI stuff, we should also consciously know that, how to practice this ethics there. We should never exploit the other person. That is very, very important. The ethics is all about that. So coming back to this course, these 5 different courses that we have, all of these courses are delivered by the faculties who are not just pure faculty. They don't just go by the syllabus that you have. They teach what they practice. Each and every day they enter into different kind of R&D works, build products, build solutions. The experience they gain from there, is getting delivered as a lecture when you attend these courses. Actually, this was the motto, the mantra behind the very existence of C-DAC. When C-DAC first started, we didn't have people to work on advanced computing, supercomputers. So we have to train our own people and then absorb them. That's how the advanced computing course started in 1990, around that time. At that time, we could consume almost about 90 plus students got absorbed within C-DAC only. Only few were left out for the industry. Today, it is totally different. We find very difficult to retain some people out of these batches into C-DAC. Many of them, get opportunities elsewhere. For various reasons, they do join C-DAC. Subsequently, we are also okay to let them go. Though it is a loss for C-DAC, we are not able to retain them for various reasons, but we are still helping the country. The people who pass out from C-DAC or, after a few years of experience in C-DAC, they're going to industry is also welcome. We don't have any issues. We have an intermediate problem to, fill the gap here. But we are building capacity for the country. We are still okay with that. And we cannot also stop that. Many times we did try, But the packages are still attractive. Today we are seeing, we wanted to go now CTCs at par with the industry. Take home which will be much better than the regular staff of C-DAC. These are the things that we are working out is in place. The project that Dr. Ajibabu is running, which is advanced computing research, we are recruiting within C-DAC and offer them salaries where the take-home salary is much higher than the regular staff of C-DAC itself. We have recruited close to 200 plus already and more to be recruited. So these courses are going to teach you how to use the tools. Basically, you will come to know what are the tools and how to use them only. But they are not the solution. The problems lies elsewhere. For which the solutions are going to be different. These tools only will help you to reach to that solve those problems. So understanding these tools, learning them alone will not help you. You should look for problems. How do you position yourself as to how you are going to solve such problems? If you look at multinational companies, when they come and recruit you, you'll be recruited by heads of different groups. The heads of different groups handle a very small part of the entire ecosystem. Let's say, for example, somebody who's doing a PCB design. So that group does PCB design left, right, center every day, multiples of them. If you get recruited to that group in a multinational company, you will just work on that area only. Compare that against a startup, or you will yourself make a startup of your own. You will get to do end to end. You start from design, you make a prototype, you test it, and then you make a PCB, and then you make a product, you make the enclosures also, and also you are responsible to take it to the market. The startup that you want to do or you want to join will give you that kind of opportunity. But these are individual decisions that you need to take. But the moment you make that decision in your initial career, and it's very difficult to change streams. India wants a lot of startups. Startups should grow, become unicorns, they become large companies. You all have to be in that league. And C-DAC wants the staff of C-DAC, the faculties, all of them wants you to lead in that effort. So we are just doing our part. We want you to do your part, and then let's together make that happen. And thank you all for choosing this program and welcome. Have a wonderful day, and wish all of you a successful life. Thank you.
Thanks for the inspiration words, sir. Now, the time has come to announce our toppers and the alumni who have made us proud. Let us begin right from the beginning. I request Dr. S.T. Sudarshan, Executive Director, to felicitate our alumni. Ms. Tulsi Jadhav from PG Certificate Program in IT Infrastructure System and Security. Please come. A big round of applause, please. Tulsi Jadhav is placed in Power Grid. Mr. Karthik KV, please be ready. Mr. Karthik KV. Mr. Karthik KV from PG Certificate Program in Embedded System Design. Karthik is working in Cyient at present. These are from our last batch, August 2025 batch. Mr. Vamshi Hemendra, please be ready from ACC HPC course. Mr. Vamshi, please be ready. Thank you. Mr. Vamshi Hemendra from Advanced Certificate course. He's working in Yokogawa now. Mr. Kanik Yadav, please be ready. Kanik Yadav. Kanik Yadav, he's from PG Certificate Program in Advanced Computing. He's working for Honeywell right now. Thank you, sir. Request Professor Dipabrata sir to felicitate our toppers of February 2026 batch. Mr. Bandi Pranav Kumar from PG Certificate Program in Advanced Computing. Please come down. Ms. Prajakta Amish Karekar, PG Certificate Program in Big Data Analytics. She is the topper in February 2026 batch. Mr. Ashwin Vincent, please be ready. Mr. Ashwin Vincent, PG Certificate Program in IT Infrastructure and Systems and Security. Topper for the February 2026 batch. Ms. Anjali Tiwari, please be ready. Ms. Anjali Tiwari for the Work-Based Learning Program for the February 2026 batch. Thank you. Now it's a time to announce All India Topper for Embedded System Design. This time the student is from C-DAC Bangalore, Mr. Dhruv Bobby Johnson. I request all the dignitaries to join. Dr. Sharat Chandra Babu also to join. Rohit, please come. Rohit is a coordinator. Thank you all. Okay, he's already got placed in Global Foundries and he is the topper now for he is getting 19 lakhs package actually. So thank you all. One more felicitation is reserved for the trust team, the backbone of all our skill development initiatives, including PG certificate program, project coordination, and all the modules. We are deeply honored to have this team felicitated by our Director General C-DAC, E. Magesh sir. I request all the course coordinators of all the courses of trust team to come forward and take the felicitation. Sir, may I request you to kindly come forward and felicitate the course coordinators of each course.
I now request PGCPAC Pavan Jadhav to come forward. Pavan Jadhav, please come forward. Divyansh Sharma. Big Data Analytics Siddhant Gade. Big Data Analytics Siddhant. Embedded System Design Rohit Reddy and Dhyaneshwar. Request Dhyaneshwar to come forward. ITISS team Naman Richaria and Pranav Sangar, please come forward. Work-based learning program Akshaya K. Project coordinator Anshul. Anshul, please come. A big round of applause because these are the people who are working day and night, Saturday, Sunday. Also, they will be in the campus supporting all the students' community. That's it. Thank you. Yeah. It is now time to acknowledge and honor the distinguished guests who have graced IGNITE August 2026 with their presence. To begin with, we invite Dr. S.T. Sudarshan sir to felicitate Professor Tejaprata Das, Director, IIIT Bangalore. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. S.T. Sudarshan sir to felicitate Shri Nagesh, Director General, C-DAC. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Sharat Chandra Babu, sir, to please to come and felicitate ED, sir. Thank you, sir. Request Dr. Mohammed Misbauddin, sir, to felicitate Dr. Hari Babu, sir. Thank you. We extend a sincere gratitude to all our distinguished dignitaries for gracing IGNITE August 2026 with their presence and for being a part of this special occasion. We now request. Yeah.
Yes. So thank you all. So I did speak earlier. Now, before the formal vote of thank you, Dr. Haribabu, I wanted to say, since we are talking about 5 courses and then HPC WBL, we'll talk about 5 things that should make you think, am I using it right during my tenure at C-DAC Bangalore? C-DAC Bangalore runs Chip-in Center, which has world's largest EDA tool grid for chip design. And lot of international other countries, they are requesting us to set up a similar facility in their countries. So that is the kind of global facility that we have at Bangalore. Because you should know what resources we have so that you can think of projects or activities that are of that stature. Second, the Param Rudra 3 server, which is a state-of-the-art HPC server, is completely hardware is designed, server is designed at C-DAC Bangalore, and along with the system software that goes with that from Bangalore. So we have both the hardware design and the software, including system software capabilities at Bangalore. We are going to formally launch a total of 50 petaflop, 20 petaflop already operational, 30 petaflop under installation and commissioning. India's largest supercomputing facility here. As we speak, we are currently setting up a 108 superconducting qubit quantum computer being set up and established at C-DAC Bangalore. This will also be functional while you are graduating. Then we have our own indigenous flight controller for drone. Those who are interested in flying fancy stuff. So I mentioned 5, so I stop at 5, we have more. So whatever we are saying, they are all either best in the country and they are in the top in the world. There are many more in quantum and other areas. But I just thought we'll mention this. So do not restrict yourself to the curriculum or what you find as a typical project when you do internet-based search. Please think beyond. We are all capable and we are here to support. Make use of the capability. Each of us are here to support you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now request Dr. Hari Babu P, Scientist Chief Project Director, ACR, for the closing remarks, the IGNITE.
Good morning, everybody. I think I won't take much of your time because it's a long inauguration program. First and foremost, I would like to thank Sri E. Magesh sir, Director General C-DAC, for taking off his full busy schedule and being here, part of this inaugural program. Thank you very much, sir, for your time and valuable time. And Dr. Devabrata Das, Director IIIT Bangalore, is always busy managing a large institute and also is part of many committees across Karnataka and many central committees. And he also took off his time to be part of it. Thank you very much, sir, for being part of it. And Dr. Sudarshan, sir, ED C-DAC Bangalore, thank you very much, sir, for giving your valuable inputs and being part of this thing. And my colleague, Dr. Misbah, is always thinks differently and also is very good in making acronyms like the IGNITE. He has explained you. Similarly, the group trust, the brand new is creating. Actually, we used to call ACTS. Now ACTS has become trust for us now. So thank you, Dr. Misbah, being here. And we have our former executive director, Dr. Saraj Chandra Babu, sir. Thank you, sir, for being here, and all my senior colleagues. And I will take 2 more minutes to say that I have done my PG diploma in VLSI in 2000 at C-DAC Hyderabad. That's the first VLSI batch at Hyderabad. Earlier, VLSI used to be at only Pune Center. Hyderabad, I started that course, and I am lucky that I joined that because my BTech was in electronics and communications, and due to my gate score, I have to do my MTech in control systems. So I always think I wanted to go back to this chip design as well as the circuit design. So this became a lucky opportunity for me to join PG diploma in SI in 2000. As soon as I have completed, C-DAC Bangalore recruited me coming to the campus, and almost 25 years I am working at C-DAC Bangalore in different technology domains. Like what C-DAC gives us, if you see, is the freedom to learn, the freedom to explore, and also the freedom to think and come out with innovative ideas. So I also checked with many of my ex-colleagues who have left C-DAC and working in industry. The difference that C-DAC provides is the independence that you have in your thought process in exploring various technologies, various innovative ideas, various product ideas, and also solutions. So, I would like to ask you one question, being all of you joined the course here at C-DAC. You know that most of these courses were part of your BTech curriculum too. Then why did you join this diploma courses here? Can any one of you say that what's the purpose? Yeah, please. Yeah. Is that the first criteria, or do you have any other criteria? I don't know, all of you agree or not, we all join for placements. Yeah, so if that is the first criteria, generally at that age, that should be the first criteria too. So if you have joined for the placement, that you have taken a right decision too. Only thing I actually suggest you, being a little senior to you, is not little, 25 years senior to you, is work hard for that. Because when you go out and actually try to get a placement and job, India is almost producing 10 lakhs engineers a year. So you will be competing among 10 lakhs people to get certain number of jobs that is posted by a company. But when the company comes to campus here, how many of you are there now? Around 450 to 500. You are competing only among 500 people. So what is the competition level that has come down? So this is one angle. And second angle, as you rightly pointed out, the courses are more practical. It is designed such that half of the time is more lab, not even half. Lab doesn't have a limitation here. Even you can stay nights and do. But theory time is reduced and given more importance to the practicals as part of all these courses. So if you have zeal and also commitment towards what you have committed for the 6 months, you get much more experience than 2 years if you work hard in these 6 months courses, and that makes you marketable for yourself. With these words, I request all of you to put sincere effort with commitment and dedication. You will be successful in career. Thank you all of you for joining this session.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to all dignitaries for taking time out of your busy schedule and joining IGNITE August 2026. Thanks to all the members of C-DAC Bangalore for joining us offline and online and being part of IGNITE August 2026 Orientation Day. Your presence and support made the occasion more meaningful. We will now take a short tea break. May I request all the students and parents to kindly avail themselves a short break. Tea is kept just outside here and be back within 10 to 15 minutes as we will resume with our program shortly. There will be a very interesting panel discussion which will benefit you, and we will talk about all the acts, rules and regulations and guidelines. Thank you, and we look forward to having you back. All the students and parents can have your tea outside, please. I request all the C-DAC staff members, faculties, and seniors, please come to the dais for a photo with the dignitaries. I request all the trust members, C-DAC Bangalore members, please come for a SAGE members, faculty members, please come up on the stage for a photo. Please come. Gokul sir, please come. Madam, please come. Rajesh sir, Gopal, Sudhakar sir.
Vijay sir, please come. Krishna, please come for the photo. All the C-DAC members, faculties, trust members, please come for a group photo. Sham, please. Priyanka, please come. Can we start the program now? Can I request all the students seated, having tea outside, to please come inside? Please be seated. Sheetu ma'am, Shilpa, please take her inside. Please take her inside here. Request all trust members to call all the students who are outside to be seated inside, please. Please call everyone. Sham, please call all. Akshaya, please call everyone. Ask them to hurry up fast.
One, two.
Captain sir, can we start? Yeah. All trust members, please ask all the students to come inside if they have finished their tea. Advanced computing, AC coordinator, please call all your students. All the respective coordinators, please go and call all the students to be seated inside. We're going to start the program now. Nitya, please call all. Request all the students to please be seated. Siddhant, please go and call everyone. Yes. Please come fast. request all to be seated.
Welcome back, everyone. We now resume the program with the welcome note. It is my pleasure to invite Miss Anita Rameshwari, Scientist E at C-DAC Bangalore, to formally welcome the gathering and share her words with us.
Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries of DAS, faculty members, colleagues, and parents and our dear students. So I warmly welcome you this August 2026 batch and for ACC HPC, PGCP courses and WBL students. So it gives me immense pleasure welcome you all for this beginning of the 6 months. So what you can expect in these 6 months is learning and growth. And in C-DAC Bangalore, in C-DAC, we do not only concentrate on the theoretical part of giving you the academics, but we also look into the practical hands-on sessions and the learning with growth and this thing. To our students, it is a very important stage that you have reached here. And whether you're joining us for AC course or the big data analytics course or the IT systems course or the artificial intelligence course, you are entering an environment where you are not only going to learn through the classrooms and the textbooks, but beyond it. And we teach you technology and we help you understand to apply and build with it. And through practical sessions, projects, assessments, and industry interactions, you will be gaining both knowledge and hands-on experience. So there will be challenges along this way. It is going to be a very power packed, intense 6 months of your life, but you will have to embrace these opportunities and make the most of it and learn through this. And you make the most of the facilities that is available, the faculty, the expertise that you are exposed to, and the industry interactions that you are given, and other opportunities that are available to you through these 6 months. Please make the most of it, and you have to emerge into what you intend to be. And to the parents, I thank you all for the support that you have been giving to your uh, wards and for being a part of this journey and bringing them over here. And on behalf of the entire team of C-DAC Bangalore, I once again extend a warm welcome to all our students, and I I wish you a very 6 months of enriching and rewarding journey with us, and hope to see you all in the campus and interact with you. Welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for those warm words and for setting the tone of the sessions ahead. We now come to one of the key highlights of today's program, the panel discussion. The session is titled The Unwritten Curriculum, with the theme What Every Technology Student Needs to Learn Beyond the Syllabus. This discussion will explore the skills, perspective, experiences, and lessons that prepare students for the realities of the professional world. We are honored to have with us distinguished professionals who have been an integral part of C-DAC's journey, bringing with them years of experience, expertise, and valuable insights. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Anup Kumar Pandey, Scientist E, C-DAC Bangalore, Mr. Henry Sukumaran, Scientist F, C-DAC Bangalore, Mr. Mohit Ved, Scientist F, C-DAC Bangalore, Mr. Ramesh Naidu Laveti, Scientist F, C-DAC Bangalore. I request panelists to please take their seats. And to guide this important conversation, there could be no more fitting person than Dr. Sarat Chandra Babu, with his extensive experience in technology leadership and institution building, including his tenure as Executive Director of SETS Chennai and C-DAC Bangalore, and as the Founder Director of C-DAC Hyderabad. He brings a wealth of experience and perspective to this discussion. Dr. Sarat Chandra Babu, it is our privilege to have you moderate this session. Please, sir.
Good afternoon and welcome to parents and students of this ensuing batch of C-DAC's training programs under Trust Group, Advanced Computing Training School, Work-Based Learning, and also the High Performance Computing, Advanced Computing course students. And also my dear colleagues of C-DAC with whom I worked, many of you, many youngsters probably joined later, may not be knowing, but it's always homecoming for me to be in C-DAC. So it's nice opportunity for us to have some subject of the unwritten curriculum, right? So we all think about the curriculum, the course, you have come for a 6 months course. There is a well-defined syllabus, well-defined laboratories, well-designed assignments, examinations, everything is systematic, very, very rigorous planning will be there, right? So that is something you definitely learn, you have come for that. But what this session is going to talk about is the unwritten syllabus. That is the syllabus that is not there, but you have to learn, you have to gain that experience. And to give this kind of an exposure, what is beyond the syllabus that is available, we have eminent experts from C-DAC who are heading various research groups or leading scientists, Ramesh Naidu sir in AI, and Anup sir in cybersecurity, and Henry sir from my days to grid computing to now quantum computing, and Mohit sir from the high performance computing to the very high end, the projects of national importance. So all these people had experience of more than 2 decades each almost, and they are here to explain to us what we need to learn beyond the curriculum that is set for us, that is unwritten. Okay, so maybe they will give us certain boundaries. Written curriculum we have boundaries, but unwritten curriculum we do not know what boundaries are. So now let us see how we will discuss with them. I just have a couple of slides. Yeah. Uh, yeah. Yeah. So this is what every technology students need to learn beyond the syllabus. That's what we are trying to see in this panel. We know in written curriculum, we have subjects and concepts, right? And we have labs and hands-on practice, assignments and projects, assessments and grades. So but now we are looking at unwritten curriculum, how to deal with failures. See, failure, it is not that everything happens as planned. Something would fail. So how do we come out of it? And it may be due to some mistake that we have committed, how to identify the mistake, and how to make the learning, accept that as a learning point and move ahead. So improve as whatever experience you had, make it as a best practice or something like that. And also many times I have, like, for example, we have the SAGE group here, right? Including me, we are here. Unless you all know that we are going to help you in different directions. Okay, but if you don't come to the SAGE team and ask, you will not be able to utilize their experience. So this is one example I'm telling. You have faculty available 24/7 in the C-DAC campus, but at the same time, if you only stuck with your problem and you somehow feel that you are the only person who has to solve, then you may not be able to, or at least take the help of the student, your batchmate next to you. So when to ask the question? It is not that everything you go and disturb the next your batchmate, right? So you will not be able to move and you will not be able to move. So to what extent you have to do on your own, to what extent you can take the help. So when to ask right questions. And sometimes answering is good, but can you ask right questions, right? So given a subject, it's also very difficult to come out with some sharp questions which requires
answer. You may be having answers or you may not be having, right? So working with another thing is working with people. So once you are here for 6 months and then you go out and you have to work with the teams. So how do you, and in the teams, it is not that everyone works like you. You know, they they will have different ideas. And you think that they are not meeting my thing, so it may not be useful to me. It is not so. You have to be accommodative to see what extent their ideas are also useful and work together and to achieve the goal. So these are the kind of things, probably there is no textbook that teaches us. So it is also important to say that I don't know this. If you always, in general, I find many of the youngsters, including me, we all, if anybody, my bosses are telling, I will immediately say, I know, sir. I already know, sir. I know, sir will also say, I already know, sir. So it is important to listen to the people and see and also understand whether you do not know. There is nothing to feel shame if you know, if you don't know something. So that kind of a degree of the openness and trustworthiness should be there. And people look at a kind of a reliable source than a very brilliant source. In a team, if you are very brilliant, is not enough. You must be accommodative. You must be able to understand. You must be able to listen. You must be able to respond. So there are so many attributes, right? So now we have an experienced team. Though I have some slides, same thing. What I spoke will come here. So so there is no module titled how to deal with failure, and there is no lab how to ask the right questions, right? So these are the things practically you should learn through experience. So ambiguous situations, uncertain situations will come. So how do you respond to them? This is one aspect. And then working across difference, I spoke to you, the teammates will be different. How you should behave such a way that the team accepts you happily. That is also an important thing. So how to work with the difference and treating failure as data. Failure is not that it is to be worried and forgotten. You treat it as a data which gives you learning, improves your learning. And next time that situation comes, don't repeat the same mistake. And so that you keep moving ahead. So then knowing when to ask, we have spoken about. So what should every technology student learn that no syllabus can completely teach? This is the objective of this session with eminent personalities with experience here. We are here to listen to them. And I just had 3 rounds. In each round, I'll just leave one sentence to them and what they would like to speak based on their experience and what will be useful to the students here. I think that's what we are looking at. Welcome all panelists and thank you being here and look forward to learn from you many things, the first two thing. So I just want to say that first round we'll have lessons no textbook teaches. What we are focusing is what are the lessons that no textbook teaches that are important for us. So each panelist would dwell into different angles of their own ideas and their own experiences. I would like to each panelist to take 2 to 3 minutes in the first round and explain to students and all of us. Thank you. Can I start with the other end? Ramesh Naidu, sir, please.
Good morning, every one of you here. So I'm very glad to sit here in front of all the young engineers. So let me share few of my experiences here. So I joined C-DAC in 2006. I was a young engineer here. So, so what is the major shift happens when we from academic background to workplace or industry or R&D workplace like C-DAC? So that is one thing we will not actually learn as part of our curriculum. For example, let me give a very simple example. So you also might have learned how to do simple matrix multiplication in your earlier studies, right? So what you think, okay, so when I learn C programming, so you know, like, if it is a 3D matrix, we have to use 3 loops. If it is a 2D matrix, 2 loops. Otherwise, if it is a vector, then I have 1 loop. So it looks like a very simple problem for us. One thing which is missing in syllabus in curriculum is what are the complex applications that I'm going to use this? when I'm entering into an R&D lab, entering into industry. Right? So let me give you an example. The moment I joined here, I was supposed to work on developing one core technical for weather forecasting. So it's completely mapped. So it was a first concept to me, which I did not expect. So what I was doing was a mathematics book, a big textbook, and another book written by T.V. Krishnamurthy sir. It is called Spectral Methods. So when I open the book, some terms are very familiar to me. Let us take like Fourier transformation, which we have learned in our BTech, and listen to polynomials, and also nonlinear partial differential equations. Two at the times are very familiar, but what was missing in our curriculum is I am going to use them to solve a bigger problem for the country. So that's like there is a cultural shift of understanding the application of the technology happens all of a sudden. We move from academics to the labs. So that's why we have to really build our foundation, first principles, make our first principles very strong, so that we apply our concepts, theory, practical knowledge in the right way. So fortunately, my first problem was very simple, solving a non-linear partial differential equation. So when I've seen the equation, the very simple equation, del square u minus u equal to r. So it looks like it's not a full line. So I thought, so my when you asked me how much time you need, within half a day. Is a detailed one thing. So I'll discuss with you in the evening, and we'll discuss the plan. I've gone through fully, so I've changed my estimates. I told I need a week. Right? So this is what is uncertainty. What we have normally we will not go through in our curriculum. Right? So when I have realized how complex this problem is, so it's a very partial differential equation which I cannot solve easily. I cannot write a C program very easily to solve that. So suddenly they told, no, C won't fit for here. You have to learn Fortran. I said, Fortran is outdated, right? So my lead said, no. So Fortran is the right choice for this. So again, I have to learn Fortran. So when I'm going through the Fortran course again. So when I'm going to Fortran course, since I was very strong in basics of C, so it was very less time. So that's what I'm doing. If your fundamental principles are very strong, it is very easy to adapt to a new situation. It is easy to solve a new problem. So that's again comes to the matrix multiplication. This non-linear PD is converted into system of linear equations. So then it is finally will be transformed into a matrix multiplication. So I wrote it out. So what we learn in our C program in our C lab is probably will take 10 to 10, 10 into 10 into 10 dimension of matrix. But here it is 1000 by 1000 by 1000. I wrote C code. I have submitted. I'm waiting for the it is taking hours and hours and hours. I realized how complex this matrix multiplication is, which I thought it was very simple, right? So then the thing is, so I have to do weather forecast for the next 1 hour. If my simple matrix multiplication itself takes few hours, how can I give a weather forecast for the next hour? So that means the efficiency, the optimization is very important in the code that I am writing, which normally we miss in our regular curriculum. So then I have to really look into how I approach this. Right? So that's a journey. So you can't give 2 months for me to solve this problem. So finally, it was taking 3 hours time to execute the code. So finally, I'm able to bring it out 15 seconds. So that's the journey normally we go through when we land into the industry, from academic to industry, and we are solving real problems. So you should be willing to have that cultural shift very quickly and adapt to the situation and be agile. So this is what we have to really be in the curriculum. If you are agile, if you are willing to learn, if you are willing to, so then you can actually solve problems. You can build real world solutions in an efficient way. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, Ramesh. It's an interesting observation. Mathematics will do 6, 7 courses in engineering. We do not know many times why we do Fourier transforms, why do we do discrete Fourier transforms. But when you come to the job, you will face the mathematics, you will face the music. That's what Ramesh sir had an experience. And also, one more observation is he, without going into the depth of the thing, he tried to estimate the time of a day. Okay, because it's that matrix multiplication is simpler, because that is what they experience. So once actually has gone into the specific problem and thing, it took 1 week time, and it's It happens. It's not that estimation is always exact. But whenever such a situation happens, you should immediately communicate to your immediate supervisor to whom you have given a commitment. Should not keep quiet. And only when he comes, remembers he may be busy with many things. He will come back after 2 days with an expectation that half a day may Ramesh sir complete here. But he says that no, sir, I could not complete. It is surprise to him because he was expecting something. So that kind of a surprise we should not give. If we are not able to meet the timelines, we should be able to communicate. This is a key thing. That's what Ramesh experience tells us. Sir, Anup sir.
Um, when I started my BTech, my HOD in the orientation program said that don't think that we will teach everything that you will ever require in your job, and maybe you will think that iska kya kaam hoga, uska kya kaam hoga, whether it is relevant or not. But when you complete your 4 years and then look back that yes, I have become capable, now I can do some work. But when you go to industry in the professional, just finding the answer is not sufficient. So, for example, in college, you have some basic problems. For example, library management system or mostly management system kind of things like we are making the simple database applications. But in industry, the skill is very different. And it's not only about finding the right solution, but it's also about multiple things. For example, the application that you have developed, is it secure? Whether it can be hacked, it can be exploited. In application, does it scale? So it may be working for a small set of test cases, but can it scale to a higher number? Then after that, we also have compliance issue. For example, like DPDP compliance is there. So when you're restoring database, restoring personal data in database. So is your application DPDP compliant? And similarly, there are other things. For example, you also have to take care of the problem which will be applicable to certain people. So is it like really beneficial to them? So you have to think all of these things in professional work rather than only thinking of this should somehow work.
I think insisted on the regular requirements, the awareness of the standards like DPDP Act. That is, when we do some project, the book never be saying that you should follow the privacy principles or use DPDP Act. It is your responsibility to look at the kind of environment in which your customer needs a particular solution, and when there is a need for there is a personal data which would be coming, so you have to educate them and you have to also incorporate the compliance of DPDP Act. That's a very important input. Thank you. Henry sir, please.
Sure. Let's go and see that, right? This is not the energy we should show. Now that is. Thank you so much.
Quantum jump should be there. He's a quantum man.
Thank you, sir, for the very nice introduction. I think to answer this question, sir, I will, with your permission, I will elaborate my career journey. I believe the answer lies over there. I started my career in high performance computing, where I was supposed to develop and install HPC applications. I know how to write a C program when I started my career. The application has to run on a Linux environment, which requires a library time module of for this project. So maybe it's something that is useful in control. I should not see. So that is my lesson. I have to myself to get the job done. Previously, I started my master's in data computing infrastructure. It's very complex infrastructure. Has distributed machines, mostly different administrative domains. It has a lot of some complex good security. There was no curriculum that taught me how to develop these basic systems. It was used for running some external development. So that was the second lesson. This tried cloud security service during that time. And then I studied security. Which completely getting paradigm, right? So my journey, that was pushing from the start to the end. But with every transition that I have to make, to learn it again. Right? So most of the time I have to come out of my comfort zone. I have to learn new concepts. I have to make questions and sometimes even I have to answer things. It's perfect skill in previous domain. But for example, strategy, system. In classical systems, basically, right? That's the best. It is not a very well. Sometimes it's like probabilities. So it's fiction and science fiction movies. So it's the transition that happened to me. So what it has taught me is every time there is transition, it's learning. So those kids it's student. Most important is learning talking about so but it's that about to learn is we should say no more. It's what I start doing. Experience with you, they should be more comfortable in saying that yes, I'm ready to learn. Should start listening if you're going to do the job. It's not also talked about the important point, where it's and mistakes. So those mistakes, which cannot be a creative product, you cannot definitely succeed. So, I wish that is partners make. Yes. Sense when it is successful, it's what the way is to run it. It's just almost like rich person, do you remember? That was the main side of running all the good applications, and I was managing that side. This is actually it is a very complex system, right? There are many skills that has to be together to make this good computing happen. So when it's computational change can have an adverse reaction in somewhere else, in any part of the grid entire system, right? The infrastructure system. So similarly, I made one configuration. I'm putting in protection, I make a mistake. The change in the configuration is really big. That is the performance of the system. Which that it has opened the security hole. Right? The timing is very best. It happened just 2 days before one of the Qaeda partners meeting. So I'm just telling sir right now what has happened. So the timing was so bad. And I could have panicked that time, but I took that as something that I should understand the problem. I have to fix it before 2 days. Understanding the end computing stack. So each layer. Try to find the problem has come. So the problem is which configuration has created this machine. And it fix that issue. Okay. So the lesson I learned here is the real failure is not making mistakes. The real failure is making mistake and not learning anything from it. Right? So that is what the three lessons I believe, which will fit you when you take up your. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. I think it's quite an interesting journey. You can see is working in HPC, then the grid computing, then the cloud computing, and now quantum computing. You can see the kind of a journey. And if he's stuck with happily in a comfort zone of only working with HPC, fine. But if he wants to develop and also contribute to the organization in happening things, so we need to be adaptable, and that's what he has shown. And also he has indicated certain experiences of small failures, mistakes. In fact, I remember him handling one of the unique facility of grid certification authority, first time in India, and it was there in other part of the world. So for the complete grid certification authority, he was handling. I used to see that even as a head of the institute, I was not allowed to enter into his room. That level of security he maintained. That is what I remember exactly. So nice to know that. And so comfort zone से बाहर आना पड़ेगा. ठीक है? That's the kind of a thing. Now we are looking at phase wise looks very comfort but takes very complicated projects. Here is Mohit sir. We look forward to listen to you, sir. Please.
A very good morning, everyone. Uh,
Please bear with my throat. I have not been keeping well for last 2 days, but I hope I can still reach out to you. I mean, my voice can still reach out to you. Thank you, sir, for your introduction, and thank you for inviting at this stage. It feels really good to see such bright faces. Uh, the reason why these bright faces are sitting here because they already have the zeal. The reason they have come here, what I feel is that they already have the zeal to you. They already have the zeal to excel, right? And prove themselves. Similar to what each of the panelists here, I also started my journey in CDAC around 20 years back, where I started working on HPC applications, putting onto the student papers of CDAC. Then there was a shift from this domain to machine learning algorithms and data science and data analytics. And now I have been from this domain applications with respect to digital transformation, including data science and machine learning algorithms. So, as everybody else you have mentioned, uh, best way to move forward in your journey is adaptability, right? So, from wherever you start, you never know what is coming next to you. So, be ready to adapt whatever is coming to you. Take it as it comes. And the best way to adapt from one place to another place or adjust from one domain to another domain, the best mantra which I have followed is always break the complex situation into very, very minute, smaller situations. This is what I guess Britishers also told us, divide and rule, right? Let us divide every complex situation, every complex application into smaller applications or modules which we can understand. And the way to understand any small module is by relating it to what you already know. Do not try to learn the new thing as completely new thing. Just relate it to your knowledge, existing knowledge. That is when you can learn the new things in a very unforgettable manner. So this is what I have learned from my career. You know, once you do that, there will be a lot of lessons that you will be learning throughout your journey. And one of the best practices that you should all follow is not well is now keep writing down your lessons. Keep them as your grades. Keep them as your favorite influences. When you fail something, you go back to the basics. Those become your basic knowledge for you. So you go back to your basic. It's not old school for you guys, right? Works. It works in every domain, every industry, every application that you make. Moving down whatever you have got and maybe your Bible, your whatever you want to right? So that's the mantra from this interaction.
Very nice. I think it's a wonderful point he has given. Divide and conquer. So any complex problem, when you see it and you get perplexed and overwhelmed with so much of the tasks to be achieved, and you lose everything, and you keep thinking what needs to be done and all that. So the mantra is divide and conquer. So this is because parallel passing man. So he looked at it as a thing, and there is a solution for many things. And also, anything you complicated, you always have to make it in smaller pieces, and you also have to identify where you are comfortable and where you can accommodate others' expertise. So that kind of an understanding should happen in teams, right? So thanks for the first round. They have given number of inputs, lessons, no textbook teaches. I thought I will take the second round from this side. Probably Mohit starts once again. Um, the skills between the skills. So what I mean by that is the skills are anyway taught, right? A lot of half a dozen to 10, maybe 10 to 12 modules they learn during the 6 months course, very rigorous. They don't have time to do anything. They can't think of going for a movie. They can't think of going for even lunch or dinner outside. So that kind of a tight packed environment. In spite of having those skills during that time, what are the other skills that are hidden in that to be learned? And which probably they learn on their own. This is a kind of a self-learning kind of skills. But is there anything that your experience, so that comes into picture, helps them to know, okay, you might have spent years to understand that this is the skill I have to do. But now probably you help them instead of they spend 6 months or beyond even our courses to learn something which you have learned. Probably that is a skill. Would you like to? It is a question for everyone, but we'll start with Mohit. Can you share some skills that they can adopt and do it faster and do it more efficiently? I'm not saying do it, they can escape things, but they can do more efficiently, effectively.
Uh, yes, this sounds very, very interesting skills between the skills. And uh, generally, when we talk about skills between the skills, in my opinion, we talk about certain soft skills which are not there in all your curriculum or in your, technical journey. For example, the best way to move forward is collaborate. So this is something that we all should always keep in our mind, that we are not going ahead alone. Right? We have a team with us, we have a group with us who will be going with us, and because of them we will succeed, and because of us they will succeed. So this collaboration is extremely important, like, as a skill between our technical skills. This is something that we should not forget. This collaboration is not easy, right? In ways, like such a competitive world, collaboration is not easy. People tend to not disclose things. People tend to probably not give you the positive feedback or the right feedback that this is something which can improve this application or the performance of the code that you have written. So this doesn't come naturally, right? This has to be kind of brought in into the working environment through each individual. It cannot come from your team member, it cannot come from your organization head also. So this is an individual's responsibility. Whenever you get some kind of a feedback, right? So take it positive. Your feedback, as sir also mentioned, it's just a data. Even if you have pain, it is just a data for you. It is not an emotion for you, right? Take it as an emotion if you want to take it as an emotion, but the emotion which makes you learn from that feedback or a failure. If a negative feedback is always required to any person to stay grounded, right? So that you should not be at the top, right? You at a level where you can make mistake. So let us develop that skill to remove our mistakes as well. So these are the collaboration, learning from our own mistakes, taking it positive, taking things, giving it some negative feedback very, very constructively, and still going ahead with one of the same team members. So these are a few things that we should do to keep in our mind every time we are working in or in an organization like C-DAC or anywhere join from this time of your life.
Thank you, Mohit. I think you have given very interesting skills that youngsters have to develop and which would be useful to them. I don't want to repeat everything, but last one, it triggers something to me that you talk about negative feedback. So you want to be stable, you need to always receive a negative feedback or a constructive criticism. If you are all electronic students, if you have done some amplifier will be stable only when there is a negative feedback. If there is no negative feedback, if there is a positive feedback, if everyone keeps on patting you, wow, you are doing good, to encourage you, the positive feedback results into oscillations, leads to instability. It goes on building. Only thing it stops is the power supply limit. So that is what the oscillator principle. But we don't want oscillator when you are building a amplifier. So negative feedback is one thing that stabilizes that. So the I didn't mean that everyone should keep on telling negative feedback. They should tell what are the good things done and also some constructive criticism. Criticism should not be taken as a negative thing. It should be taken as how to improve on the present situation. So that's what Mohit sir has said. Over to Henry sir.
Sir, to answer this question, I'll start with a quote. Knowing oneself is the beginning of all the wisdom. How will I apply this quote? Knowing oneself It's the beginning of wisdom. Struggle, a great philosopher, it's made centuries of the world, but no. Most of the time he spent, most of our he spent spending identifying what's our weaknesses. Right? So, issues our weaknesses. I want to say, weakness, I want to about weakness. The first thing is very see that, yes, yes. It's been shown. This is strongest. You understand what you are strong first. Most of the problem can be solved. But example, you can since that, how did this big into the science? How did my institute come from the science? Right? When I was sometimes people, it's like a much six dominant into the mind. Right? It's true that it's time and it's time was the mechanics. It's I was explaining about it. It's just nice to. I know computer science guys. It's from perspective. System that is available. It can solve some of the problems. But present day supercomputers cannot solve. They feel them. It is true. It happens. But this available. This is the system and this is some application on top of it. That is where the computer science guy can contribute. Decided that I would look at quantum computing in that angle. That is how I started contributing in quantum computing by developing some tools like QSIM and QUniverse, which is widely used by a country in running some quantum applications. Right? So what I want to mean here is, we will not know everything. Now, if you know something, it's absolutely okay. Right? We know something and use that to make an impact in the current context. That's the key. And further, Monica also made a very excellent point about criticism and feedback. Right? We cannot avoid that. In the social media world, we can definitely avoid that. I give you an example. There is an professor of this okay? Absolutely in Indian Institute of Space. Check privacy. That's quantum computing. So I was just so okay. I don't my words. It's not the life. It's me a question. Who is the system? I said no. How is the communication? I said no. So what's the I'm not going to say this guy. Okay? You speak slowly. 6 people understand quantum mechanics much better. He said this. Just provides criticism again. Seriously, right? I mean, it's like I was thinking about this. Right? So, we can go okay? This kind of stuff I myself I also worried. Okay? I will go I was exactly and at the same time. But this is considered position. I will be superposition already. That is superposition within me. It means that superposition is the one that drives quantum computing. And I'm already in a superposition state. I'm the right person to work in quantum computing. So that is how I started my career in quantum computing. So whenever there is criticism, right? That was not a real criticism, it was a general conversation. But you will face severe criticisms in your career. Definitely you will face. Remove this criticism, don't break down. Just understand the criticism and try to see how you can address it. What is the positive that you can take out of it? Okay. So that is the lesson everyone should take home. Thank you.
So it's the main message Hindi use is you should understand what are your strengths and what are your weaknesses. We always have to work towards our weaknesses, but at the same time our strengths have to be utilized effectively. So we used quantum principles itself to improve himself in using superposition theorem. And also he entangles with other physics people to understand more. There is a quantum entanglement also he will do to learn as much as what other node knows, right? So nice. Anup, over to you.
So one of the skill already Mohit sir was mentioning that collaboration and contribution from individual. But I have seen usually in the college that five people will work on a project and only two will actually work. So now that you are in this certificate course, which is like you are just getting ready for placement. So you are like brushing your concept which you learned in your engineering, and now you are going to join a corporate and move your career ahead. So at this juncture, you cannot just be a big one. So you should also contribute and in any collaborative project. So that's first thing. Second thing is never be scared to try something new. So when I was in class ninth, I was in a small city. So when I was in class 9, somebody opened a computer center. And for me, it was fascinating because it used to play video and it used to play songs. That was my first fascination. You bring a CD and it will play anything and everything you want. Now, that interest, after that, I started learning because if I have to go to computer center, they will teach me something apart from what my interest is there. And that learning uh, it attracted me so much that in my 11th and 12th, I took computer as my subject, the fifth subject, which was optional in CBSE. So, but is in my city, only three CBSE schools were there for +2, and in all the three, only three students have taken computer because physical education they will get 90 plus marks always, and in computer they said now only highest was 81. But I took it and I got 90 plus marks. Maybe I would have wanted more. That's how it changed my direction by career in computer science. So this is second thing. Third thing is taking ownership. So when I joined C-DAC, I was given a project where we had to develop an academic networking portal in partnership with Bengaluru. And at that time, I had two seniors who were already working on the project. And once I joined, then they sought out another career. And I was left alone to work on this project for 9 months. But I never stepped back, and till the new few people came from next batch, I was on that, and I respect from Triple IT. We used to have meetings with Triple ITB, and there were so many master's students and PhD students who were working from Triple IT side, and from CD side, I was there. But I worked hard. I got promoted also in that due to that work, and uh, and uh, and I made my mark. So it's important that you take ownership of any work that you do. You have action, decisions, and whatever outcomes come, whether it is failure or success, you have to so, and you have to proceed with that. That's all.
Thank you, Anup. I think one of the key things he has told is taking the ownership and responsibility and knowing the ultimate objective and meet that with a sincerity of purpose. So thank you, Anup, and over to Ramesh, sir. I think this is being the skills between the skills. Everyone is, you are heading AI in C-DAC, right? So probably something you connect with the AI and tell us more interesting things what all youngsters should know.
Uh, so with the advent of AI, so we have two dimensions. So one is curiosity, like what AI can do. The second thing is fear. So we are this moment we are in the transition phase, so oscillating between fear and excitement, right? So any technology brings disruption and a major change in the world. And there is no other option rather than adopting it. So that's what even I was telling in the beginning. We have to be agile. The technology is not static, it's like a river. Sometimes in the rainy season it flows very fast. Maybe in the summer season it may flow a little slow. Right? So at this moment, we are in a very rainy season. The AC want to shift completely in a full swing. So this is the time we have to focus on the first principles. So if you look at Elon Musk's interview with recently, the last week, he was talking about this. So what is the most important skill man, a human has to have is understanding the first principles. So what are the first principles? So what do you mean by first principles? The first one, when we live as a human being is the fundamental strength of a human being is communication. It's very important to have a precise communication, right? When you are talking to a fellow or a friend, and you're talking to a faculty member, and when you're talking to a university, right? So your communication has to be precise, clear, and clearly you will get the right output. The second already my colleague Mohit heavily discussed. The second point, most important thing is after communication, coordination and collaboration. So most of the complex problems will be solved by a group of individuals. Only we have the whole strength. So it's very important to elaborate on reasons when we're working on projects or how to decipher a very complex course in any of your modules. It is very important to work together. So this is one important skill what we need. Third one, what we have to look at is concentrate on your meta-cognition. It has the inherent strength, inherent skill, which I cannot replace. However, I really might be changing. Currently, maybe till yesterday, we are, if you take it a computer science, we are programmers, we are authors, right? So the law is changing from authors to editors. Maybe the AI is writing the code, we are editing, maybe we are reading. So editing and reviewing requires much complex skill, much better skill in writing the code. You are aware. So the fundamental metacognition skills are very much important for us. So this is something we have to focus on in the area. Yeah. So other aspect I have to tell you very clearly is education and learning will never stop. So probably you might have started your journey at the age of 3, starting from your nursery, LKG, pre-KG, always you think after BTech I'm fine. I'm going to work in a firm and probably I will continue my journey. But later on, you take that like PG diploma from C-DAC, right? Later what happens, we don't know. The next is continuous learning. So lifelong we have to learn. As a human, we have to listen continuously. Give an example of my own unlearning seed. So, as all of my colleagues sitting here, so we can't work on a single technology for 30 years, 40 years, right? So earlier the technology changing probably in a decade, in 10 years. But now the technology changing in a single year or 2 years. The change is very rapid. We have to adapt very quickly. It requires continuous learning. Okay. So, so when we started doing activities here, so when we started the first project, right, I was very confident in working on one of the very interesting project is fraud detection in financial transactions, right? So when we were working at after maybe a couple of months, I understood that it requires a different knowledge, different skill, right? So the first thing is I'm unable to understand theory of probability in depth. So which is very, very important for this problem to solve. So it's not like to understand that what is the skill we don't have at this moment, what knowledge we don't have at this moment. So we have to be very quick in learning. So that's why I have done. So that's really like I started my MS by research in AI in the same campus. I had my presentation on this same stage in 2022. So I have completed my MS by research in AI. So I was sitting in the classrooms along with youngsters like you and I've learned. 3 years, the complete foundations of AI. After that, I will do a PhD here in the same campus. Fully will have my convocation in the next year. So the learning should not stop. It is lifelong. You have to learn continuously. Then only you'll be energetic. You'll come, right? You'll be confident. You'll have very happy career in you. So, with this, I would like to say that the most important thing is work together, learn together. So, I will not say that I know this, right? So, we have to shift from this paradigm. So, let to learn it all. So, the learning has to be translated to learning. So, the learning will translate into applications, products, and solutions. That's a very, very important thing I would like to convey.
Thank you, Ramesh, for your down-to-earth observations. Like lifelong learning becomes important. It is not that 6 months course, maybe getting immediately an employment is not the end of learning. Learning is a continuous thing. This is one important lesson I think we all have to do. In addition to that, he also said that you have to understand the principles. The human in the loop is an important aspect he touched upon. Verification. When you will be able to verify, unless you are confident, the AI system solves your problem, but you don't know whether it's rightly solved for your context or not. So you must know the subject strongly and the domain knowledge, whatever for which you are taking the help of this AI. AI will speed up your solutions, no doubt, but you should not blindly accept it. You should make sure that it is explaining to you everything, or you explain yourself whether it's so get into explainable AI, responsible AI kind of things, right? Uh, I think this is completing the second round. Third round, probably you have somewhere you have answered. So those who feel they have some inputs, they can share. Navigating what comes next in our life. Everything is planned, 5 year plan, and then we'll go ahead step by step. Milestones are defined and keep moving and to reach the goal of at the end of 5 years. It will happen in anyone's life, or what kind of experience that you would like to share, and what suggestions you would like to give for them to the plan. Whether to reach that next step is well known, or we have to continually work on next steps, keep changing the routes, but end objective should be the same. You need to become some full stack professional. To become that, what needs to be done in 1 year or 5 year, whatever plan that you do. I am sure with their experience they can give. Keeping time in view, probably make this answer 1 minute each, for everyone answering. Let us start once again from Ramesh.
Navigating to the future, it's a very, very complex question. So, as I already discussed, so the technology is at a stage of like very fast paced now. It's like a high speed river. So, we have to catch up, right? So, what is the most important thing what we have to focus at this moment is we should not stick to the technology, the area which you are working on. For example, you might run one for diploma in advanced computing, or you might run one for diploma in AI. No? So that must be our core area, but we always have look right and look left approach. So what I suggest you is to have this is also very important. So when you are executive director, so this was mentioning about the T-shape of learning. So the T maybe you should have the core knowledge in one area which you have interest, for example, advanced computing or maybe AI. The second thing is you should also have the knowledge in brief. So you have to look left, look right. You have to look at probably in quantum technologies what is happening. Can you take a short course online from Udemy? It hardly charges maybe 500 rupees, or some of the courses are free. So you can some courses. It is short duration, 3 hours or 4 hours. Maybe you cannot build any solution without security. Cyber security in one area you have to look for. You may take some of the courses, short courses, maybe 3 hour or 4 hour courses. Where the third one may be supercomputing, HPC, how HPC works. So it is important to build the depth as well as the breadth. Then how it helps you is, for example, if you are working in a technology that is going to obsolete in next 2 to 3 years, already you are familiar with other technologies which may have future. So you can quickly adopt, you can quickly move in, right? You can adapt and you can continue your journey. So that is very, very important. Last point I would like to put in front of you is put any of the practical application if you take that cannot be solved using a single skill or a single domain. Most of the applications, 99% of the applications require interdisciplinary skill, right? So if I have to do a welfare testing, so I should have the knowledge of programming, and also supercomputing. Also today people are even quantum computers solving weather problems. If you look at it, problems are interdisciplinary in nature. We are going to work with these kind of applications in future. So that's the reason you should have those interdisciplinary skills. So this is one important thing you have to focus on. Maybe you are in AI, your course is in AI, but don't stop there. You take few more short courses, have some at least high level knowledge about it that is going to help you even if the technology change is happening in future. So thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. It's an excellent suggestion. In fact, Dr. Mishra also in his opening the sparks, he has mentioned that when you are doing a project in the 6 months courses, the embedded student should work with AI, or the AI student should work with everyone. So these kind of things. So the projects, if you do together, uh, take a problem and see that both the domains or three domains, if required, are involved in that and solve, then you get the kind of interdisciplinary knowledge and we become more, sellable your outcomes and so forth. Right. So I think over to Anu. Would you like to share anything to navigate in how to take the next steps and so on?
So, when we do research work on anything, we compare with existing solutions. So whether I have increased the performance, reduced the complexity, or maybe it is a UI application, so is it more interactive and more engaging than the earlier ones, and so on. Now, in students also, we sometimes compare with others. So, what my suggestion is that don't compare yourself with others. Everyone has different capabilities, and you should how do I excel myself? So, mostly compare with yourself and try to learn things, try to do some experiments, and compare with yourself. Like in the last 6 months, what did I do? What did I learn new? And so in this way, you can always excel. So I remember we were five students which were selected for C-DAC interviews, and out of five, only two were selected finally, and three were not selected. Now those three were so one is in Apple, Germany, one is in Qualcomm, India, and another one is in USA. So the thing is that everybody has different capability, different interest, and they excel in their own field. So don't compare with them. In fact, we are very good friends. So we don't compare. We ask, भैया एप्पल का फोन दिला दो एक." We don't say that uh, ये आगे चल गया, so I'm jealous, मैं कूद रहा हूँ. No, nothing like that. Now, second thing is that for solving any problem, you should be very observant. So this is not taught anywhere because it is you who have to do this kind of observation of finding the situation, finding the problem from there, then defining the assumptions, and then try to solve it. And if it fails, then define new hypothesis, again rework and start in a new direction. This kind of observatory skill, I recommend you to have it, and this will help you many times. Even in PhD, before we start, when we start our PhD, the first thing is first define the problem, and it will take maybe 1 to 2 years only to define the problems before starting to work on it. So observation is very important, and you should start developing this skill. There is a Murphy law which says that if anything has to go wrong, it will go wrong. So, but if you are observant, if you can forecast something is going to happen before Murphy, it's better.
Nice, Anup. I think you got good observations, that especially the comparison and the competitiveness. Compare yourself. That's what you have done now and what you have done last 1 month, and see how to improve further. That kind of a comparison. And he has given a good example of interview selection. So if they have the three of his friends have compared himself and they would have lost their heart, they may not be able to perform. But they reached they moved ahead and reached further heights. And looking at them, Anup also need not feel, because he has, in that environment, he performed well and he keep doing very good. It's a kind of comparison in a right direction. Compare others to see what best you can do, what they have done, what is their approach, and how to learn from that and improve yourself. That's the kind of a comparison we should look at. Thank you, Anup. Henry,
Yes, sir.
around because there is some hint that we are going.
Yes, that is a question. How many of you will take up AI jobs?
How many of you take AI jobs? I think I thought everyone will raise.
659 number of hands rising up. Good. So I used to have this conversation with my 9-year-old kid. Whenever he has to do art, craft, or any activity, I will clear that, do it differently. Most everyone is doing it. Okay. So when you choose a career opportunity, first you have to answer three questions. Like this is opportunity, you have to answer to three questions. That's for you. Does it inspire you? Okay. It's free. It's technology. That's something doesn't have opportunity. So the problems. Answer these questions, right? That we should people. So just be proud. Okay. And respect. Right? Simple. Thank you. So, simple, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Henry. Over to Mohit.
Yeah, very I think I was covered the points, but this reminds me of one of the Bollywood movie. It is called From Chandni Chowk to China. I don't know many of you might have seen it or not. So the theme of the story is like there is a actor called Akshay Kumar. He extremely good in chopping vegetables. He can do it with both the hands, which normal, like in this world cannot do. And for some reason, he has to travel to China and he learns all those things with karate. Everything he learns more, right? But he still, in his, learning, he's still not able to be the villain in China. Because at the end of the story, he comes back to his basics and he knows he has done chopping vegetables without learning anything with karate or anything. And he gets to the one, the same way he used to chop vegetables and he succeeds. So this is what you want to, keep that Akshay Kumar in within the industry was strong in such a, but you will never be when it comes to those particular situations. It's the, believe in your strength, the inner strength, stick to the basics, and never, like believe just, as he mentioned, we have to just like that, right? Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Mohit. And I think it's a wonderful sharing for experience from all our panel members. They have illuminated and they really ignited the minds of all 438 students, if I understand, in a right spirit in the area of unwritten communication skills. I am sure that some of these things would help you during this, not just 6 months. These are all not just for 6 months. These are all for lifelong. So this, because of the paucity of time, I do not want to take uh, much of our time. Still, there is something to go before the lunch as per the schedule. So I only want to say that uh, few things like you be a good learner, good listener also, and one of the key things you attend some of the meetings, some discussions, right? If you contribute, you can dominate and do. But some people they say that okay, anyway, I'm not going to contribute. Let me just go attend and come back. That should not be the spirit. You go prepared with the subject. You do not know what time a particular situation you respond, which no one else could see in that direction. So always what he said that look, do something the difference. So there are so many attributes in this session in 3 rounds we got from this. I'm not planning to repeat all those things, but a lot of good tips have come and I am sure that it will help you a lot and wishing you all the very best during the 6 months. I know 6 months courses. I started my C-DAC journey by starting with the DAC, we used to call Advanced Computing 6 months course. Then we moved to embedded VLSI, etc., etc. In all these courses, the students come with aspirations from throughout India along with their parents thing. So there is a lot of responsibility on you guys to perform very well. Not that unwritten curriculum is only important. Your written curriculum is very, very important. You add value with this unwritten curriculum points that we are mentioning, right? All the best to every one of you. Thanks for giving this opportunity to Dr. Mishba and team, Indrani ji, who has been following us with every step, giving inputs, and also Dr. Sudarshan, the dynamic executive director of C-DAC Bangalore, our scene. We are happy to share that I was C-DAC Bangalore executive director 2010 to 17. And now Sudarshan sir is there. That time I made a 5-year plan. Now we're talking about plan, no? In 5-year plan, I said that we were 100 and close to 200 and we become 350 in 5 years. Sudarshan sir asked me, sir, he met me somewhere and he said, I did a mistake. I said, what? You made a vision for the center, but I could not follow. What happened? You said 350 to reach in 5 years, but I have reached 650. See, something, I mean, plan is something, there are people who will make conservative plans like Senate, but there are people who will perform, act dynamically like Dr. Sudarshan. So the both all have its own positive aspects, right? So thanks a lot. And once again, thanks to C-DAC for giving me this opportunity. Thanks to every one of you for patient. Listen, thank you. Thank you for, you made it. You all made it.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sarath, and our distinguished panelists for sharing your valuable experiences and insights. Your perspectives have truly added depth to this important conversation. Now, I would like to invite K.S. Bhatt sir and G.K. Anantram sir, members of Strategic Advisory Group of Experts, C-DAC Bangalore, to kindly present a token of gratitude to our esteemed moderator and panelists. I request sir to please present the token of gratitude to Dr. Sarath Chandra Babu. To Mr. Anup Kumar Pandey. Mr. Henry Sukumaran. Mr. Mohit Ved. And Mr. Ramesh Naidu Laveti. Thank you, everyone. Can we please have a big round of applause for everybody? May I please request everybody to please come forward for a group photo? Can we have a group photo? Thank you, everyone. Moving forward, I would like to invite Mr. Gokul Tirthan, Scientist F at C-DAC Bangalore, to address the gathering on the infrastructure policy. Sir, may I request you to kindly take the stage?
Good afternoon, all.
Yeah, good morning to all the students and parents. So I'm going to talk about IT infrastructure policy. I think from morning we're getting a lot of sparks. I think all of us are ignited. Are you? Aren't you? Right? Okay, so it's important to keep that fire within us because one of the important elements in your body is fire, right? We know Panjabhuta, right? The first thing that leaves from our body is fire, right? As long as we keep our fire in our body, so we are living, right? So with that, whatever the spark that you got from the morning, so it is good to carry till your last calories are burnt in your body, right? So we talk about IT policy. So I think with lot of ignition, we have very high feeling, and I hope we are flying. So I think I am the person who try to bring you down, right? So ensure that how the infrastructures are going to be facilitated for the next 6 months. So that's very crucial here. And along with, I'm going to talk about a little bit of digital well-being, right, and cybersecurity also to be keep in mind. So I'll keep it very short, so that we can because I'm in between you and lunch, right? So first thing is I'll start with very small incident, right? So it could be a real incident. There's a two college friends, so they're studied well and they wanted to pursue higher studies in US, right? So both of them are applied for visa, and one student is just an almost average student, and other one is little above average brilliant student. So one fellow got the visa, he got the visa for higher study, but other fellow he didn't get. Though he is a better student in terms of performance and things like that. Then he's gone for a second time. When he tried the second time also, visa got denied. And he's an IIIT guy, right? So and then we wanted to know the reason why it got denied. If it is not by once, we could have thought it's by chance, but it's again second time. So then, through trying to through some higher officials, they try to contact embassy and try to know the reason. Then finally, the reason was they've gone through his social media profile. So they try to see what kind of time he spends in social media and what kind of connections he has with friends or what kind of activities that he's doing. So by looking at that, the embassy felt that this guy could actually spoil the students in their peers. So that was the impression they had, and then they did not deny the visa. So that's the point here. What I'm trying to make, the digital well-being is very much important for today because we are all exposed extensively to the digital world, right? And we have both good and bad thing in the digital world, right? So it is very important to understand that how we spend our time in the digital world and how we keep up the digital well-being. And more importantly, you must understand that we are being monitored. Every step you're taking forward or backward, it's being monitored. So that's the one important message. And the same time, we need to be very, vigilant on cybersecurity frauds that is going to be, going around the, digital, world. You need to be very vigilant. So maybe we can talk about, that in detail whenever the time permits in the next opportunity. Right. So now I'll talk about the digital IT infrastructure. So first thing I would like to tell you, when it comes to today's world, it's like we are living in completely digital, right? From an idea to realization, a space plan, or if you want to construct a building or you want to tape out a chip, it is all starts with an idea from a brain, and then it is initially designed in digital, right? The moment you get an idea, you cannot do it. So if you do it, it may not be in a perfect shape. And more importantly, we have understand from the beginning. One of the key thing is collaboration, multidisciplinary, collaboration. That is what we discussed. So it's not that in today's world, one person can build any solution. It is impossible. So you need at least a team of 10 people or 100 people to come up with any product or solution. So that's very important. And for that matter, if you look at India, India is progressing in a digital, the technologies in various aspects. For example, digital economy, our space programs, right, automobiles. So we have advanced into this kind of technology. But still, if you compare to the developed nation, the one thing is different from India to the developed nation. It is only the technology. So even today, we don't have chips are manufactured in a country, right? So the government is taking very advanced step to overcome all those things, and maybe the next, 1 or 2 decade, it is belongs to India. The world is belongs to India, right? And you're all going to be the backbone of our country, right? And we are moving from service nation to product nation, product and solutions, right? So keeping that spark in your mind, I would like to take you to the session, and we'll talk about IT policy. So you are going to get, the because we understood that you get very extensive lab exposure, right? So the learning what you learned in a college or what you're going to learn here, it's going to be completely different, right? It's not the same thing. So in a college, when you learn a program, so the program is given to you. So you have to short three numbers, or you have to find a value of factorial. So this is how we start learning our programs, right? So that is where what happens. It's kind of linked learnings. So we give task, specific task, and everybody's performing the same task. So there is no innovation in it. We are like just learning and what. So basically, if we can tell anything about everything, how this works. Right, Professor Das talks about it, right? I want to reiterate that. So the ideas are well, good, and how things are working, right? But what human can do, why and why not? So we have to keep asking ourselves why. Why the mic is working the way it's working, right? Why the screen is in rectangle shape, when it in a different shapes. So when you keep that thoughts in mind, so you can actually do a lot of things. So that is exactly what we are going to do in our CDAC. We provide you all the facility, the best in class facility for you, including the lab facility, and then lab faculty, your faculties who are teaching your courses. See, we have the syllabus to uh, just to say what you have to learn, but it's not that limit. That's not it limit. So, for example, projects also, they won't start from the beginning itself. So everyone can choose your project and start working from the day one. So that in the next 6 months afterwards, you have the projects already, right? And when you learn this particular lab expert, you take up your case studies, right? Or you can find out case studies and start working on your own. Rather than there are some examples given in the lab, it's not that it is the only thing that is limited for you to do it. Right? If you can do that kind of approach, which saying that why kind of a thing, so that you can bring out your own ideas. That's what makes you unique from all of others. Right? Okay, so starting with labs, so labs are going to be twin sharing system. So when you get into the lab, so you will have 4 hours of theory, 4 hours of lab every day, right? And that's not limited. So if you beyond the lab hours also, you can still access the lab, but it will be given in to 2 person has to share one machine. So by the one simple request for you. So when we see the practical examples in the lab, so one person is always actively used. The other person just passively listen through the things what is happening. Most of the time, it doesn't put hands onto the machine, right? It's very important to get your hands onto the system so that you get the exposure which is required for you to come out as a good programmer or whatever it is, right? And then when you talk about conducts inside the lab. right? So how we behave in the lab, right? What are the things are allowed? So you have a designated place to keep all your mobiles, bags, and things like that. It's really not permitted to bring documents inside lab, no laptops, nothing. So there is a system is designated for you. So in the beginning of the course, it will be given to you, so you can access all the things. And then reporting session and discipline. Suppose if you have any problems with respect. Hello? Yeah. So you can report, there is some website. So just there you can log in. Whatever issues is there, you can just software system configuration. So this softwares which required for specific modules which will be pre-installed, or it will be installed based on the requirement by the faculty, right? So apart from that, you're not supposed to install any unwanted softwares, unlicensed softwares, right? Or any pirated softwares. You should not be installing it. So you have to adhere to the whatever the instruction given by the faculty, right? And then network basics. So especially when it comes to IT infrastructure module thing. So other DBD or DAC, they might be mostly focusing on the programming and other application stuffs. So especially the infrastructure team, generally they're given a full access. So it's ensure that you're not disrupting any of the configuration which is done in the system, right? You must keep in mind that these labs are used by other people also. It is shared infrastructure. So to keep the system with hygiene and whatever is there undisturbed. Okay. In today's media, so when you go into the lab, so you're not advised to bring any device into the lab, and you cannot copy using any external media. So of course you will have an access to upload to your email, or there will be a cloud will be shared. Whatever the material you want to store it there, you can always upload into cloud. So that option will be there. Physically, you will not be able to plug in USB to copy any data there, and that is not generally not permitted, right? So you cannot copy. But most importantly, whatever data you're keeping in the machine, it will be there in the machine. It is not backed up. So if it is any critical data is there, it's your responsibility to upload into cloud or keep it wherever it available. I mean, you can possibly. And accountability, right? So the machine, as machine is given to two of you, it is the responsibility of both of you to keep the machine safe and if disturbing any settings, or if any damage happens, you are the complete responsible. And so any serious, I mean, offense or anything, if you are, I told you initially, whatever activity that you are doing, machine, it is always monitored, right? So the CCTV camera also will be there in the lab, and whatever the activity that you are doing in the machine also, it will be always monitored. So you use the machine very wisely and the designated purpose for whatever things you want to use. So you have to be very prompt on that, right? And we will be telling you how to use the machine as and when the different modules are getting started. Think, yeah, that's all the presentation. So if at all any queries, you can ask me, I'm ready to answer. Any queries? Yeah, all the best, right? So keep the ignites, keep the fire always on. Thank you.
Thank you, Gokul. I request Sharat Chandra Babu sir to present the memento to Gokul, please. Yeah. Minutes, sir. Thank you, sir. So it is, I think students are getting restless, and I'm going to say that, yes, then I'm going to say some rules where you'll understand, No mobile in the classrooms. You can ask all your alumni and the toppers how they became toppers actually. You can ask them. I request all the faculties, we'll take only 10 more minutes. All the faculties just to come over the stage. Alumni and toppers, please come. I want you to give them one secret for success. That's it. Please come. We're going to wind up now. Faculties, please don't waste the time. Please come. Course coordinators, please come. This is at the fag end now. All the course coordinators, project coordinator, please come. Toppers, alumni, please come to the stage. Anup sir, you are the main faculty here. Please come. We have Shanmuganathan sir with us. He just tell you which are the faculties who are taking time. They've taken time from their busy schedule and are here. We would just like to introduce them. The alumni and toppers, I'll talk to you all. Certainly. Yeah. Please tell the names and which course they're. Yeah. You'll come back.
Yeah, I would like to introduce the faculty members who will be handling the sessions for various courses. So I'll start with Dr. Sanmuga Priya. She is having 20 years of experience. Madam will be handling computer visions, NLP for AI course. And Madam Seetu Gupta, she is also having 20 plus experience. And she will be handling statistics module for big data course and AM module for ACC HPC as well as statistics module for ACC HPC course. And we have a Sri Krishna. So he is a joint director and he is with C-DAC. So he will be handling microcontroller for embedded systems course, EST course, and also device drivers module for EST course. Yeah, we have Muhammad Ali. So he is a corporate trainer having 20 plus experience in the corporate industry. So he will be handling data analytics module for AI course and ML module, DL module for AI course. Yeah, so we have Vijay sir. Sir is handling AIML module for big data course. He has been handling it for a couple of almost 4-5 batches for big data course. So he will take AA, ML, DL, NLP, and Gen AI for big data course. So we have Anup sir. Sir will be handling. He is the joint director of C-DAC. He is working in RISE Group. So sir will be handling web technology module for AC course, PG CP AC course, and we have almost 40 faculty members being assigned to various programs. WBL we don't teach, but we mentor them as a project. ACC HPC as well as the remaining all the PG courses we have mapped. Almost 40 faculty members. Most of them are not. We have invited everybody. Most of them have not turned here for some personal or professional commitment. So yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And he has not introduced himself. Actually, he is called as Talaiva, C-DAC Bangalore. And why he is called as Talaiva is big round of applause because he is working since around 26 plus years in ACTS, Advanced Computing Training School. And he has already started his Java, core Java to all the DAC students, advanced computing students, right? So we have a big family of faculties. We have G.K. Anantram sir, Bhatt sir. They take the effective communication sessions also. And if we go on saying, we have, as sir said, we have 40 plus faculties here. Now, my students are here, alumni, as well as only one question to them. And we have our toppers also. Let them tell you in 2 sentences, how should you prepare? That's it. Okay. Please come forward. Give them the mic, please. Yeah. Introduce yourself and say part. Just introduce yourself.
Yes. So, hi everyone. So, my name is Pranav. So, I did a PGCP AC course in a Feb 2026 batch. So, what my advice is to you guys is like, if you see the syllabus of PGCP AC, it's very vast and the pace at which it is covered is very fast. So, my advice is to like make it a habit of revising each topic covered that day and try to read something which will be covered next day. So by doing this process, then you will be able to do well in the exams as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tulsi Jadhav. I am working in Power Grid company as a project engineer. My